To all those who hear, let us gather to witness the folds of time. Can you see the golden woods of Dawncast? Why does the first Toth kingdom stand yet without a king? Do you recognize the glistening beaches of Holywater? Why do the forgetters purge memories for pleasure when all they get is pain? Can't you hear the screaming siblings? A planet and a realm both abandoned and forgot. Know now my proclamation. These are your savior's words. The God War has ended. Let there now be peace on Karth, or forever know my wrath.
Project Parties episode 7?
This is where the intro goes. I don't know what notes I'm supposed to be looking at. I have these Word documents. This one's up to 16,000. Dope. Cool. Okay.
If I roll a 20, can I level up again?
Hell yeah. If you roll one 3 times in a row.
Oh, it was a 10.
So that's so quick.
Halfway there.
I know.
Now if you roll another 10, it's like blackjack. You can't go over 20.
Yeah. We're playing 20.
7?
Dude.
All right, I'm in on
Wait a
this.
second.
hard.
Oh shit, Skylar, you just created our own rollies. That's it.
I'm in on this.
It's just we're playing D20s, right? It's like blackjack, but you have to roll a D20. You can't go over.
I got a 17.
Ooh, wait, I'm not supposed to hit. Who am I playing against?
The first one, the closest one to 20, gets inspiration.
I just got 17.
A 17.
I got 17. I gotta go then.
Okay, 317.
Oh no, we have to go. Roll over.
What do we do in this scenario?
I
Roll
busted.
again,
I got a
brother.
6.
Busted. Dareem, what'd you get?
I got a 17.
You what?
You can look, man.
Yeah.
I think I
So
got
now
my
it's a
rolls
matter of
available for
who's
everyone
gonna-
to
if
see.
you're gonna
So
stay.
you can check it.
Everybody levels up. That's it. I'm just kidding.
Level 6.
We're all level 20 now. That's what this is.
God.
Yo, I rolled a 1. I'm at
You don't want
18. I win. Roll.
Wait a second. Are we rolling again?
Let's go,
gosh, I got
You
it.
have to
I
get
got it.
closest to 20.
Dang it. I got a 10.
Okay, Skylar busted.
Come on,
Okay,
come
so,
on, Dareem.
all right, here we go.
Come on, Dareem.
Here we go. I got 17 again, you dude. That's messed up.
Van
All right,
won.
Van,
Van
mark
made
yourself
money.
down for
I am level
inspiration.
6.
You can add it.
Okay.
You gain advantage on some roll of your choice this session. This is a
Thank you.
rulebook D&D thing that DMs can give.
You can also give that inspiration to another player.
Skylar, stop knowing all the rules. You can also give that inspiration to another player. Actually, it helps.
I play
The odds.
in a campaign where we have players inspiration too, so you get like 1 per long rest, and you can give another player in your campaign players inspiration.
That's cool.
But you only get 1.
That's awesome.
So you can only give 1 and you can only get 1 in a session.
But
And it
is
just
there
lets you
advantage
reroll
on any roll?
Yeah, you
Any
get
roll?
advantage on a roll. You're like, I use.
that.
Ability, attack roll, saving throw.
Okay.
The odds of rolling a double 17. Just
My
wild.
sweet little adventurers, after making your path through the Oasis Park, seeing the grand feast begin in Oasis Park, you found yourselves in a tunnel. A tunnel that led only to one place, your destination and the royal room. As you made your way down this tunnel, you made a bunch of jokes about Power Rangers. Heppen started singing From the Windows to the Wall. And then Jax ended up crawling on the floor as Jax understood the lyrics and was like, I crawl on the floor. And everyone was like, Jax, what are you doing?
So crawling.
As you moved your way forward through this tunnel, Heppen talks a little bit about Sarah. Everybody starts talking about Sarah, like, wait, you know who Sarah is? And Heppen's like, yeah, it's a person. I don't know. Van ends up pulling out his iPhone 5, says it's protected by some sort of code. Dareem is obviously fascinated by it, but we've put that away for now. Jax seems a little bit down in that session. Walking through the tunnel, Van asks, after Jack's kind of put together, I think all of the people on the train that are missing, their brains may be these things now. Van asks, what's the matter, Jax? And Jax asked Van if Van has ever felt sad, but it's like heavy. What do you do with that feeling? Van says, you do your best. And that's it, which is like the most dad answer of all time. Dareem says he thinks of his friends and that's what makes him happy. And I was very proud of myself. I was like, so Dareem thinks of his dead friend and that's what makes him happy. I did not make that joke at the time between you and I, Dareem.
Dude. You're messed up.
But
right?
I did think it, and
he thinks of the good times. Damn it!
Please give like the narrator voice over top the campaign, though. Like, make him say that joke.
Oh,
like, can you have like you in post-production narrator voice at times? Like,
dead friend.
Yeah. So everyone, if you remember his backstory, his one friend before this is dead, and that's what makes him happy.
It's Clip. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, Clip. Oh, yeah.
It's Clip, guys. Like, he's here with me.
Jax says, in response, it's honestly, I didn't have time because Jax says something even kind of sadder. Jax says he doesn't have any other friends. He's never met anyone else besides the three of you. And as you make your way down the tunnel, y'all talk about it for a second, trying to find some semblance of like, life is really tough in this run, like just in general, it's rough. You open the door. As the large door to the royal room creaks open, you see a single throne room sitting in the midst of a disheveled, torn apart, what was once a beautiful ballroom. And off to the side, there is a hanging cage 20 feet in the air, and Fuel Saneth, very disheveled, gross hair, looks like he hasn't showered in forever, rests inside. Van jumps onto the cage, and as he does, a Dane appears on the throne. After he says hello, Hep, as only Hep does, says, hey, I just want to know if we're the same person. And it's just stopping a Dane in his tracks. Hep goes, a Dane asked Hep who his mother was, and Hep's like, Alinea of Trainception. And it's at this point that conversation begins. You figure out Dane is not exactly happy. He wants to know how these adventurers got onto his train. No one in the history of the realm, there is very specific set of rules, and these trains are impossible to actually break onto without an invitation. You cannot sneak onto them. As the Dane talks and y'all are starting to suss each other out, Fuel Saneth taps on Van's finger through the cage, and Van recognizes Fuel Saneth is not as feeble-minded as he seems. Dane tells them that the world itself is built off of a lie. If you work hard enough, if you do enough, then you'll find prosperity in the ultimate city. At the end of it all, Shimmermore. But the creatures of the world, they fit themselves into this game. Dane tells you that he grew up outside that city in the mud slats, covered in filth, with no help, no food, and only a way to make a way in the world with his own hands and his grandfather. And it's at this point that a yellow rock falls out of Heppen's pockets, and an ethereal, withered old ghost comes screaming out of the rock, starts calling Dane filth, says Dane didn't do it all alone. It was all him. It was him. I did this. And he's super brutal to him. And as Dane calls the rock to his hand, makes his grandfather go away, and is like, I'm sorry, he's the worst. And I think Hep sees a little bit of themselves in the story of a Dane, and they really start talking. And Heppen's like, listen, you don't have to be this way. Just because somebody was mean to you, you don't have to be mean to other people. I understand. And Dane ends up losing his temper and shoots daggers at Heppen. And it's at this point, Jax and Dareem both fire at him. And then Dane's like, wait, everybody shut up. Everybody hush. I'm not here to fight you right now. Like, you can work with me. The good king watches this world turn like this, sitting in rapture over and over, and does nothing. Kids are dying in the mud. It has to change. His whole plan, seemingly, take over the train, make a bunch of brain people, crash into Shimmermore, and as y'all have kind of guessed at this point, set them free and let chaos ensue. After some incredible pleading from Heppen, it's so close, it's just, Adane seems so entrenched in these ideals and his hatred, and he's holding on so hard, the words end up not sinking in. And as he's pondering and distracted, Fuel Sanith uses this moment to look towards Van and just croak a single word. Crown! Adane starts talking of his mother, pointing to the pirate symbol on his chest. And Jax has this info dump in his brain of all of the Shimmermore houses. And for the first time, this I have the answers inside of me kind of works against him because he knows exactly who Brightly Glows is. And then he starts listing off a bunch of other Shimmermore houses, and Adane takes it kind of the wrong way, where he's like, oh, so you must be from Brightly Glows. That's why you're on this train. That's how you got here. And Jax is like, I'm a child. I don't know what's happening. And it's at this point, Hep kind of breaks through again. Adane, I get it. I've never had hope. Things happen. Life really fucking sucks. But when you continue to live thinking that it's just going to suck, it'll stop you from ever seeing anything good in the world. And at this moment, shackled by his past, by shame, by hatred, by existential dread, Adane can't do it and says, with everything they've done, they don't just get to just be fucking happy. And his intentions are clear, and everybody rolls initiative. After a brilliant fight, a lot of stabbing, a moment where Adane is legendary actioning left and right. He covers himself in glowing spiritual blades, and Van punches him out of it in a second. Everybody taking him down as Heppen tries to show him hope and show Adane love and show Adane peace, that things can be a different way. Adane triples down. Eventually the party prevails, but not before Adane has sent, Jax can kind of suss this out a little bit. He must have sent a message. And he sent a message off. Fuel Sanith gets released from his cage. They'll save him, give him the crown, and as Adane is about to Misty Step his ass out and run, Fuel Sanith reaches out and counterspells it, leaving him still there, and Hep, with the final moment, says, I hope this brings you peace, ends up stabbing him and taking Adane down, but y'all stabilize both of them, and they're not dead. So, standing with the yellow rock in Heppen's hand, y'all gather on your little car session thing that you do, as Van has Adane under one arm, Fuel Sanith under the other arm. Dareem is all up on his board. Heppen's with Dareem. Jax has jumped onto Van's back. Let's go! And y'all have raced forward. It is at that point that you what?
Who has the crown?
Fuel Sanith. It's still just on his head.
And I also left a audio message.
There's a little bit more. Thank you. Yeah, let me know if I miss anything. As you, right before you started pressing forward, you heard a rumbling way off in the distance. This raucous, loud shouting of as the train starts to vibrate, kind of piecing together. Adane may have told some people behind us that he was failing. Something is coming, and it's at this point that Dareem makes a little hover bot that sticks into the door, triggered that once someone comes through, says, try and harm us, we will kill Adane. As you make your way forward, you press through that last tunnel, and you are currently entering into the sight stop area, and that is where we will pick up this session of Tragic Parties.
All right.
My turn. Everybody get into Corrector. I don't know. Okay.
Jax tries to take the crown off of Sanith's head.
Okay. Let's say that you are right before the last doorway. Like you can see the next area in front of you. There is no doorway that stops it, right? You don't have to open that. It's just a hallway out into it. But as you're like, before you walk into that area, Jax tries to take the crown. He just reaches down and takes it.
Mm-hmm.
I will
starts looking at it.
Do I notice this?
With your passive, Jax, make a sleight of hand check. The answer is going to be yes. Your passive is
18
passive is 20 though, isn't it?
for smell and hearing based checks.
Mm-hmm. My
This
passive right now is 17.
I got an 18. You beat it.
Okay,
Yeah.
never mind. I
You
don't
beat
see
it.
him
Yeah.
do this.
Jack's looking down, riding as Van is just chugging his way down. You look at that crown and you go, yoinkies.
Dang.
I just like looking at it, trying to figure out what it is.
Make an Arcana/Science check,
Oh god.
since that's what I like to call them.
1, so that's an 8.
With an 8 currently in the heat of battle and everything else going through your brain, that is a round piece of bronze.
Cool. Jax puts it on his head after like a couple seconds of not figuring out what it is. He's like, okay, dink.
Please write down that you have put that on your head.
Okay.
You have that on your head. If only you were the
Dope.
fuel of Track Majestic, that would get so fucky so quickly. Not that Jax knows that, but that's just him. So,
It's true.
I'm like, so
Walking.
we're still just running, right? Or
yes. Oh my god, I was about to read
through.
you the wrong part. So you're running forward. You ready? Running out of the tunnel, you come upon a big open area, an alleyway of sorts between buildings. You have officially reached the front of the train. At about 300 feet wide, left to right, and 150 feet in front of you, the area before you is a metal platform between you and the next building of your goal. Some scattered boxes and scaffoldings line these outer areas, more or less unused. This is like the front of the train where the workers and the conductors for the most part are going, right? Y'all kind of gotten the sense as you've made your way through this train to most of the people lived in the back. To get up here, you had to be invited. You have to be a person who either works up here or be invited to be up here in the first place. Monstrous walls outline this alleyway on the left and right, protecting you from being able to jump on or off of Track Majestic off to the sides. Or Fantastic, depending on who you were to ask currently. The sky above whips quickly past you, cutting through the clouds as the buildings, the sky above whips quickly past you as the buildings behind you, which you can now see tower into the sky above like a brick and mortar castle, the one you just walked out of, cut the clouds in their wake. Dareem, I think we left off with you listening to the artifact and it pointing.
I was gonna say, can we just do that again?
Yeah. As you listen to the artifact, it points you forward clearly. Across this metal alleyway stands a building about 15 stories tall. It's huge, very large. Wide, sectioned into 3 parts with metal ladders, scaffolding going like zigzagging up it on each side, and elevators that are going up and down. They run the full length from the bottom section, the middle section, and the top section. If you remember the map, which Dareem, you have keen sight, so you remember the map, the bottom section is called the sight stop, the middle section is called the prime stop, and the top section is called, the top is the sight stop, the middle is the prime stop, and the bottom is the guide stop. In front of you, the bottom area of this is a metal building with 3 doors, about 4 stories tall, nondescript and unassuming. The doors blink with a soft blue light pouring from within it. Atop the 3 is a sight that you actually recognize from the first scry you took on a Dane. High above, a garden of hanging lights reflects off the cutting clouds, slicing through a thin veil of energy. This is the sight stop. It's some sort of party area that y'all saw up there. The artifact in your hand, as it points forward, points upward, directly at the middle section of the building. This is the prime stop. From the map that you had, this is the engine room of the train. The soft white metal walls gleam off the sight stop section of the building, In the final moments of gloom height, as the world begins to wake around you, you can see the sky now. Flickering neon lights pour from within this sectioned glass, showing you signs of life awaiting you within at your destination. With a Dane in hand, a Saneth in the other hand, what do?
Forward?
Yeah.
The artifact says,
Jax, why is that on your head?
Yeah. What do you mean? I don't have anything on my head.
Put the crown back, Jax.
But he's not using it.
Jax.
Oh, come on. You're so boring. Ugh.
Yeah, it's more fun, but do you really want to be the one that gets in trouble if you drop it?
No, that's a good point. I didn't think about that.
Maybe we should
I
put
just
it in
saw
my
the crown.
backpack.
It's-
My pocket?
That may be a good idea,
Pocket?
actually.
Yeah.
Oh,
You can pick a pocket so
Yeah.
you can know which one. How about we'll put it right in this outside one so you can grab it if you need it.
yeah. Okay, I like that.
Cool.
Uh-huh. He does that.
Y'all pocket that crown.
as we move forward, I'll talk to Van. Do you think the state of Fuel Saneth was, I don't know, pure? He seemed off.
I don't know why.
I mean, I can understand being locked away, but I don't know. Something rubbed me wrong about the way that he was interacting.
What do you mean?
I'll say keep going.
Yeah.
You've started making your way across the. Y'all want to take an elevator, scaffolding. Like there's like a couple ways to like go up. So like as you're talking, this is happening.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I think an elevator. Like
I
I'll
assume
go
we'd
to
be
an
talking
elevator.
while walking.
Yeah. You can walk and talk. I just want to put the visual in your head.
Gotcha.
How long do you think he's been out?
How long?
Dareem
How long has it been?
specifically and Van.
Well,
As y'all are all
actually.
talking about this, you do know that a Dane at some point in the heat of battle said, "You've just been pretending for the past month to be feeble-minded."
Okay, so for about a month.
So maybe for about a month, Fuel Saneth has been sitting there like that, presently aware. But if anyone wants to make an Arcana check to try and see what feeble-minded means, just in general, go for it. You're all listening to this.
Sure.
Like you're the party.
17.
3.
Battle of the 17s.
17. Jack's hearing this. You have like that old Rolodex of spells and like states and stuff just kind of packed away in your head as it just feeble mind. Huh. Well, that sounds familiar. And the state of the spell itself, somewhere from within you, careens forward as you're like, oh, wait, there's a spell that does that. Like that kind of makes you like stupefies you from Harry Potter. Which I don't know if you would say those words, but you get it.
Whoever did that to Saneth is really powerful. Like, could easily, I don't know. He's really powerful. I don't know how they did that.
So he
Yes,
basically
but-
tells you somebody shattered Saneth's intellect and personality somehow. Though at the end of every 30 days, whoever's affected by it can repeat their saving throw against the spell. Like they may have to do it again. Like it doesn't last infinitely, but somebody can stupefy.
Well, when I saw him, he seemed relatively there. I think maybe he was keeping quiet for his own safety. However, he is stronger than he looks. There's something about him.
He did a neat trick.
Yeah.
I should try to figure out how to do
I
that.
think let's just keep a close eye on him even when he wakes. We may have saved him, but
I will take a little look at I always want to say
Saneth.
Saneth. And is he like any signs of waking, or is he still knocked out cold?
We rolled a d4 on his stable. It was a couple hours. I don't remember. He's knocked out cold. You can heal him awake
I know.
if you want to, but he is currently just like kind of like drooling and like they're both passed out.
Cool, that's cool.
It's true.
I just wanted to know.
I'm also retconning because I don't remember if y'all stabilized Adane, but I didn't think about it until the beginning of this
I
episode.
thought we did.
I thought
she just knocked him out.
did a
I
non-lethal.
did a non-lethal blow.
Oh yeah, nailed it. Perfect. Sweet.
We had to try and stabilize
Sanith because he got
Sanith.
killed. Yeah. By Adane
Yeah.
specifically after he got counterspelled. Yeah.
Right,
Sweet.
right.
Awesome.
Yeah.
In any case, I think we'll just see. We'll see what the artifact leads us to and how he reacts to that.
Yes, I'm a bit more worried about when this one wakes up, however. Gesturing towards Adane.
I don't think he will be much of an issue anymore.
The way that Heppen hit him will knock him out for roughly an hour.
Okay.
Cool.
Yo,
You know,
Is he coming
in
with
the
us?
range of 1 to 4 hours, Adane will be waking up.
I tied him up. I'm pretty sure. I tied him up when he was. Yeah.
And even if you
already.
didn't,
Yeah.
you tied him up on the way. He's tied, like he's clearly tied up right now. Yeah. Jax asked if he's coming with you. Sorry.
Should we just like leave him for his friends?
No,
No,
not at all.
No?
Jax.
Oh, why not?
I think I can get through to him.
Oh.
Think I should drug him now or when he's aware of it?
Drug him now.
What do you mean, drug?
I'm just gonna give him a little peanut butter, show him a little love.
Again with the, never mind. I don't even want to get down this route with you.
I look
Right
him
now,
right in the eyes and I say, "Do it now."
How long has it been?
5 minutes. Since like he got knocked the fuck out?
Yeah.
5-10 minutes. Y'all
Oh,
literally got
okay.
you got up from
Wow.
the. You heard like stuff happening off in Oasis Park as it like, and then y'all booked it. You know what I mean? So it's been in the realm of this. The fight just ended, and y'all have been
Okay.
making your way forward.
So how long does it take for peanut butter to kick in?
You really have no idea. You've had a wide range of trips from like that. Sometimes it kicks in instantly. Sometimes for some freaking reason it kicks in 4 hours later. Like it's kind of like it's dictated by how Sam feels in that moment a little.
Maybe we should wait until we get to our destination. Like right before he wakes up. And
You know what? How about just to be sure? I'm gonna pull out I wanna pull out
Y'all have made your way onto a lift, and you're.
I'm gonna pull out
Oh, this is cool.
I guess I was gonna say a Tootsie Roll, but I don't think I can make him eat that unconscious.
Just gets lodged in his throat, and y'all
Right?
kill him.
Shoot
Just
it up
like
and then
shake it
feed it to
down,
him,
You can. These aren't things you can do.
I'm gonna take I haven't done any of these though, so I don't know what happens with them. They could have like a whole different effect. No, I'll just take I'll take a piece of peanut butter and I'll take out I don't know, do I have a spoon by chance? Or
Do you?
yeah?
I mean, I can
Sure.
make you a spoon if you'd like.
Yeah.
There are
some sort of
utensils on
utensil.
Karth. You have the Karth equivalent of a spoon
Or
in there. Like you probably have like a tiny travel one.
So
But
I'll
you for
call
sure.
it a
You eat
scooper.
pipers all the
Okay.
time.
I suppose, yeah, you're right. I do have pipers, don't I? I'm gonna take out an empty pipers container.
Okay.
Will peanut butter fall through that? Probably not. I'm overthinking this. I'm just gonna take out my spoon and I'm gonna go on, just take some, put it on the back of my spoon and just like
So so Van, as you're standing on the elevator,
I'm holding him.
Yeah, you're just look down.
I
as
open his mouth.
As Hep and Dareem come around on the hoverboard, and Dareem just kind of takes both cheeks and does a as his tongue rolls out, and he's like, Heppen just, here comes the aeroplane.
I'm gonna put some like under his tongue, like under his tongue, so he gets that good drug.
Why are you doing this?
He's gonna.
Jax is just kind of looking from Van's back down at everything, like,
behind you.
What's going on? Mm-hmm. Yeah, kind of like over his shoulder, down. Jax has not gotten off Van's back.
That's fine.
Van, you must have some weird earthly tolerance or some, it doesn't matter. Whatever, live your life. Don't question me.
I'm just confused.
Do you want to try it again and see? Probably not a good idea for you right now. As Hep takes
Oh, you doing it?
Me?
Yeah.
I just take a little bit.
No, a little
just my
microdose?
normal dosage. Yeah, just my
micro.
normal.
Yeah, like the dose of a tiny micro version. Yeah.
Yeah. I just give, put a sponge in there. I'd probably like wipe off maybe the rest. Hep doesn't really care. This is pre-pandemic times. Hep's trying to save what's left, so I take whatever's on it and
What's happening?
take it.
Van's like
What's
Van's looking at Hep, and it's not even like frustration anymore. It's just like genuine confusion. And then he's finally just like, do what you want, and goes back to looking.
I tell you what, one day, Van, we're gonna have a great night. Me and you, and we're gonna make sure that this peanut butter works.
Whatever you say, Hep.
The lift reaches the second tier, the prime stop. In front of you stands 3 doorways. One is directly in front of you. Open window building, huge building. Like, this section is like 50 feet by itself. And you can kind of see inside as all these lights are blinking that it seems to be one huge room beyond these doorways. Behind you and around you, the train starts to vibrate. A little bit more. As the scaffoldings of the metal and all the ladders leading up to here start to audibly.
We should go. You gotta hurry up.
Can we, is there a way to open the doors? Can we just push them open?
Did you walk up to the door?
Yeah.
Walk up to the door and attempt to push them open.
They're automatic. The door opens as you walk up to it. Yeah, you like that? You don't have to fight.
Cute.
You don't have to fight this door. Not today.
Not
today. The door opens. I literally wrote, the door opens as you approach, whirring as it slides apart in automatic succession. The party enters into the prime stop.
Yes.
One by one, as you walk into this room, the first thing you notice, the walls behind you have a bunch of windows to where you can see into it, but the walls to the left and to the right are full metal alchemist, and I couldn't stop. The walls to the left and right are full metal, and in front of you, alchemist, okay, fine. The north wall on the opposite side is a giant window that you can see out into the front of the train. You can see out in front of you, mountains passing, like you're cresting into a mountaintop area as the train is pressing forward. Tall and rectangular, the first thing you notice, this room is massive. It is outlined on all sides in sections of machinery, consoles, like a NASA control room basically, wired together. Each of them with metal pipes and wires sticking out, going into the ceiling and the floors all around, with all of these little neon lights blinking on all the control spaces. Tangled wires connect the consoles with thick metal tubes running along the length of the floor, ceiling, the walls, machinery, all connecting to a single point in the middle of the room where an old airship sits. Every tube, every console, every wire, everything is surging into this old airship. Off to the side, I've got a little more.
Go for it.
I'm assuming you want this. Actually, go ahead and everybody make a perception check. That is definitely what you see. Are there secrets?
Do we know what an airship is?
Yes.
20 total.
10.
How old is that? I got a 9.
9, 20, 10.
10.
14.
14. So that's the majority of what everyone sees. Van notices, off to the side on the left wall, a worn out cot sits into a recessed area of this room where the walls seem to dip in, and there seems to be a living section kind of ramshackled into this dip in the wall. There's a giant metal chest underneath the bed that gleams in the light, next to a set of drawers, a coat rack, and a metal hanging contraption with a red glowing light on it that has 5 empty hooks off of it.
Van will just say, "What's that over there?" in regards to the room you just talked about.
Yeah, and everybody sees that. As far as Jax is looking at this airship, do I know what an airship is? In the middle of the room, this old and decrepit, made of a mixture of metal and wood and cloth, this airship stands in the engine room. It's 2 stories tall, and it is an old piece of technology, humming along. In the front of it, it's kind of put off to the side. You're like looking at the side of it. You can see in front of it, there is an open area where there is a cracked and massive surging crystal of There's a cracked and massive surging crystal of pulsing purple energy that is cascading from this airship. And all of the wires are tuned into this ship. And you start to realize, I don't think energy's going into that. I think energy is coming out of that as you...
Is that the same purpley kind of energy that in the carnival?
Make an Arcana check.
Okay. 11.
Even with an 11, no. The purple mist of the carnival and this beautiful, sparkling energy of the crystal are wholly separate. Why they meet, like, their shades don't even look the same. Like, one's violet, one's dark, one's like mysterious. This one is this beautiful, crackling energy. Along the side of the ship is a name called Veil Breaker, Veil Breaker, in bold letters, and underneath, scribbled next to it, is Party Bartallan 1st Division, Bartallan.
Spell that one more time, I'm sorry.
Veil Breaker, and it is signified Party Bartallan, Bartallan, 1st Division. The ship is clamped down to the flooring here, and again, every piece of machinery seems to be finely tuned towards this ship. I would like for anyone who wants to make a history check while looking at it from this distance to go ahead and do that.
Jax
Yeah,
hops down from Van's back and starts walking towards it as he's looking
Unnatural
at it.
20.
Unnatural 20. That's so unnatural.
17.
17. What'd you get, Dream?
13.
13.
Van's gonna just set down both Adane and Saneth over by where everyone's walking, basically.
Okay, so it is, let's call it 300 feet across. Okay?
Okay.
Like, huge room.
Okay.
So the doorway, it's 150 feet to the airship, right? Which is in the middle of the room.
Okay.
So if y'all start walking towards the airship to get a better look at it, do you want to set the bodies at the doorway, halfway?
No, I'll keep them with it.
Okay,
I
cool.
misunderstood how big the room was.
Yeah, huge, because the ship itself is like 50 feet across 2 stories tall. Like it is a massive looking, like almost like cargo ship. You walked into the Millennium Falcon's hangar. You know what I'm saying? Like the Serenity is sitting in front of you from Firefly, and except it's an engine room, and apparently this thing is fueling the entire train.
All right, I'll just follow behind Jax then.
So as y'all are walking up to it, Jax got a 17, Heppen got a... Dareem with your 13. Did I get that right?
I got an unnatural 20.
Yeah. Dareem, what'd you get?
I did get a 13, yes.
One of the things you do notice, you're the one who has used machinery. You're the one who knows the power sources of Karth and has done a lifetime, 15 years of your existence has been experimenting. You know that crystals in their form, whether it's diamonds, there's opals, there's so many different versions of them that you can mine, and they hold a certain energy tied to them based off of the compression. And some of them can be used to fuel as power sources. It is one of the things that you use in your hoverboard. There is a crystal set inside of diamonds set inside your hoverboard at its core, right? And as you're looking at this ship, this is like an engine itself, and you have never seen a crystal that pure and that glowing, like, and that beautiful. The one that is like kind of cracked in half and sitting open in the engine of the airship, as much as the airship seems to be the engine of the train. Jax and Heppen. Jax, as he's looking at this airship, immediately ties together pirates, pirate ships, airships, all of that stuff. This is what they do.
Cool.
And even when you, last session, when you were in the throne room, when you were having the little like Jimmy Neutron brain blast about the Shrine of Theria and High Ther, where Heppen is from. Heppen is from the Sky Kingdom of that place. That is what they do. Airships is what they do. Like, they are air pirates. Heppen knows exactly what ship that is, as Heppen is looking at it. This is one of from your history lessons, it's like Sam can recognize the Wrights brother designs from airplanes, basically, right? Like, whether they were good or not, like, it's just something that we learn in history of, here's what a plane today looks like, here are what the first ones looked like, especially the first functional ones. And Heppen recognizes that this airship, while you don't recognize the name Veilbreaker or what a Bartolin First Division means, this is an original airship model. To the point where there are a lot of stories that they talk about, and they like make fun of them in the history books of like, they used an excess of energy they did not need to make these things fly.
And this is like sucking in all the purple energy, right?
Yeah, it does seem that like the ship itself has the engine inlaid and it's like working as intended, and the train around you, the purple energy is going down tubes and wires into the engine room around you. It seems to be fueling everything. Like, it's coming from the airship and out into the train, into Track Majestic.
Weird.
Just like Shipception. Like, there's a ship within a ship.
Shipception, yeah.
And then the engine of the ship is
running the
powering the other train ship.
Yeah.
Why? Perhaps she's gonna like look at it and be like, why are they using this old thing?
Yeah.
The heck?
Yeah. As y'all are
I
like,
didn't even think these existed still.
This thing is so cool.
What are you talking about? This is hilarious.
What is it?
It's hilarious, not cool?
I mean, it's old.
Is old not cool?
I'm gonna listen to the artifact, or raise the artifact.
I'm gonna say you're about 90 feet away. You've crossed
from the ship.
Well, that's not how that works. 75 feet away. You've crossed 75 feet. Great math. And you're about halfway there as you're like walking up and you're talking. And as you point it, you think to the artifact. It points directly at that ship.
At the Bristol
Airship.
Or the
airship. In fact, what it seems to be pointing is second story. So if you were to look at it from the side, the front of it, where the engine is, right, where the cracked crystal is, it is pointing up to the left to where like the cockpit looks like it is.
How big is this crystal? Sorry, just for like the mental imagery. Like how large is the crystal itself?
It's as big as a car engine, if not bigger. Like it's fat and it's cracked and it's energy spinning within it.
So yeah, I would say we just kind of keep going up to it to try to board.
Is at this point?
What are you doing?
A sound catches your ear. Off to the side, in the cot in the wall area, from a grate up top, a kitty widget out onto the wall, and then another, and then another, and then another. And as this starts happening, this is within literally, it's just like as they start crawling out like little spiders. There's a recess in the wall behind the cot, and much like Blur's wall, it opens as the room around you begins to vibrate, and the wall opens into a secret doorway. And behind the cot, in the little recess of that part, Spark Hollander, a metal claw reaches forward as he pulls himself into the room.
While this is happening, can I like look over and be like, hey, it's probably a bad time, but I don't have a lot of health right now. If one of y'all could drop cure wounds or some sort of healing real quick, that'd be great.
I can't do that. I can't do that. Oh no. What's happening?
Things that you do notice, the last thing on the ship that I didn't say is the hangar, like the back, is open. Like there is a clear way into it from the back, like it's got its wing section, right? But like inside that's all. But what?
Nothing. Nothing. Thinking.
Stepping through as he God fucking damn it. You can see his cloak that he has always been wearing is in tatters and stabbed, as he himself is a little bit bloody. As he steps forward,
I kind of just like get ready to shoot a Dane. Just kind of have it at him. Just ready. Just at the ready.
Oh, okay. You just turn towards the Dane.
Right towards the Dane. I still stare at where he's coming from. But
Whoa. And as he steps forward, you can see now underneath his cloak, he pulls out two metal arms that are wrapped around the limp bodies of a dented, one-armed Blur and a bloody-faced, knocked out Hothram. And from behind him, a one-eyed monstrosity creature with a little sailor suit drags an unconscious body of another one-eyed monster in a sailor suit behind him. And Hollander's like, Steven, just chill. And as he sees you, let's all, okay? So I'll just calm down.
Clip comes off of my shoulder and is also staring at a Dane.
Okay, fine. And then he grabs, so he has two of the metal arms go to the throats of the passed out Blur and Hothram in his arms. You do that, they're down, okay? I'm gonna kill them. They're not dead, but I will kill them immediately if you touch a hair on a Dane's body, all right? I guess he was right about you. You are a funny lot.
How far away is he?
150 feet. If you have, okay. So I said you were 75-ish feet from the ship?
Yep.
So let's go in that range. We can call it 70, like you walked a little bit more, and then the door opened. So it's 150 feet to the wall, to the left, and
from the
center of the room, right? So
like 100 feet?
I don't think so, because it was
less?
here to here. It's actually probably more, right? Because it's 150 from here, but if you're 75 here-ish, like y'all are making a triangle, the hole in the wall is in the middle. The door is in the middle of the hallway. The door's in the middle of the wall. Got it.
Okay.
I kind of gesture, like, I would say secretly to Hep to kind of get closer to me.
I'll go sit on his shoulder.
And as Hep does that, I cure wounds.
Okay. Dareem has cure wounds, you. Go ahead and roll a d4 plus
It's
the
gonna
d4,
be
d6.
8 heals.
8 heals.
Plus 8 to
I'll
heal.
telepathically create a link to Van.
Okay.
Real fast.
We're not.
You
fucking around.
mind link with Vane real quick? Listen, we can. I don't know if work this out is really the right thing, but all I know is I got a message from a Dane, and there he is, and I would really like my captain back. All right, I don't. As much as he doesn't give a shit about his life, we kind of do. So y'all are in a pickle. I don't know what your plan of attack was once you got up here, but there ain't nowhere else to run. You know that, right? Like, do you know what's coming? You ain't got long. We're going to succeed. That's how this works.
After another 6 seconds, I mind link with Heppen.
Okay. What are y'all doing? Because what Spark Hollander is doing, and we'll take this 6 seconds-ish, 12 seconds-ish at a time, right? Without rolling initiative or anything. Hollander has set down, he's crawled over his cot. He has set down both the bodies on the cot, unconscious. His metal arms are still on their necks, each of them, but he is starting to walk towards you.
How long does it take to drop attunement to something?
Instantly?
A short rest, kind of.
A short
Okay.
rest, kind of?
Okay.
I
I don't know.
don't know.
I was
if there
gonna
are rules
see if
for
I
that.
could drop attunement to the Princess Bane.
Yeah. I also, after another 6 seconds pass, I also mind link with Dareem, and so I mind link with all 3 of them at once. And say, I just start I think into everyone's head. Why did they hurt Blur?
Well,
Don't worry,
Not
Jax.
sure.
We'll figure this out. Just stay calm.
I think they want to hurt everyone.
You say, as you say, stay calm. You can kind of see baby eyeballs starting to open on top of his forehead.
just hold out.
He's got a really intense, focused look right now, staring straight at Hollander.
I'll ask Hollander. What was Dane's message to you?
Well, how's that important right now? What's your play? Like, he said, "I'm fucked. I fucked up. Make it happen." And I'm
what
here to
do
make it
you-
happen.
And what do you think we should do in this scenario to work it out with you?
You know, honestly, at this point,
You've hurt our friends. You've brought them.
these two, you're with them. Listen,
Is there something wrong with them?
there's nothing wrong with them. I just listen. All of you, you've been a real pain in my fucking ass this whole time. If I'm being honest, I've had a lot of fun, and it's been great, as it were. I like a little adventure, but I'm not Graina. All right, this shit's got to stop. The plan's gonna happen. I'm sure we can find a way to get a Dane back somehow. I don't know. Morwen talks about that kind of shit. That's not really my purview. You're all screwed. You don't have a way out of this.
I'm
You
gonna
know that, right?
reduce the size. I'm gonna reduce the size of Hollander right now.
You're
I'm
gonna
gonna-
try and cast Reduce and Large on him?
Yes, I'm gonna reduce the size of him.
What's the
Yeah, what
range?
is the range? Because
Damn it! How far is he?
I'm gonna say he's at this point he has been walking forward and he's about 100 feet away,
That's
and
not-
he is
that's not
like
enough.
lifting them to the two Blur and Hothram in his hands behind him as he's walking.
At 100 feet, I can't do anything. Never mind. I will not do that.
Van is going to, while he's walking up, he slightly releases a Dane so that he falls, but he's still got him. And he's
hey,
gonna,
whoa! No, keep going. Yeah.
and he's gonna hold him by the top of the head and just hold him out towards Hothram.
Okay. All right.
Damn.
Well, that's what we're doing. This is what we're doing.
You know-
Little standoff here.
You're not the only one with leverage right now, Hothram.
Okay, well, just be chill. My name's Hollander. Be
Hollander,
chill.
yeah, he
Okay.
has Hollander.
Okay. I'm a
Hollander.
spork. There
Yeah.
you go. I know.
Hollander, I just want to say I'm really, really sorry that we have been such a pain in your ass. You know, because it seems like everything you have going around here is a good thing, right? You're not like
No.
murdering thousands of people that. Yeah,
No, we are.
you are.
Yeah.
So what are you trying to get? That's what I would like to know. Okay, so we don't have anywhere to go, right? We don't have anywhere to go. Dane had some sort of he has daddy issues. And
Granddaddy
grandpa-
too. Yeah, it's like that. Did he tell you the mom
So-
thing? Like, he
So
just-
yeah, it's
he
got a
loves
fucked
talking
up
about
family.
that.
So what's
Yeah.
your thing? You got a robot arm and robot children, so you surround
Hmm.
yourself with inanimate objects that have no
Hey.
choice but to love you.
They're alive and like.
While they're doing this real
Yeah,
quick,
yeah.
just over slightly to Dareem.
What are they doing?
I think they are. I think Pep is talking him down.
What do you? I just
Y'all
want
can
to know.
continue.
I just want to know what your motive is. You don't. Why do you hate all of these people?
Honestly, I don't give a shit about him.
So what do you want? Money?
No. I'm here to create stuff. Do you see all the stuff I get to do? This is it. I want to be with my friends. I want to hang out with my family. And I want to create as much as I possibly can. And like a Dane and Morrowind, they've got their whole thing with like, you know, the world needs to be broken and the fucking, you know, the God Kings. I don't really care about all of that. I just want to create, and there's a lot of shitholes on this planet that won't let you do that. And if I follow them, I've been able to create whatever I want. And here we are. I'm probably going to keep doing it. That's it. I don't really need more than that.
Okay.
You do notice on the ceiling about 30 kitty widgets have come out at this point, and they have not stopped, and they are starting to crawl behind
Are
him.
they advancing?
More crawling behind him and taking over that wall in a wave.
While they're still talking again to Dareem,
Can you heal Zenith?
not breaking eye contact with Hollander, but still trying to like whisper over to Dareem.
I actually can, yeah.
Do it.
Alrighty. And I'll go ahead and cure wounds on Sanith.
Okay. What's the casting time?
Jax, an action.
Yeah, one action.
What did you roll?
I gave.
Jax kind of pipes up at this moment. It's just like, I'm confused. If you like to make things and create, why did you hurt Blur? Why did you hurt Hothram? Why?
Hold on, child. And as you start
Hey,
casting...
no. You don't get to.
Hold on. As you start casting, make a sleight of hand check for me.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay.
He says, hold on, child. And you
As-
say, no, you
I'm
don't
gonna
get
say,
to. But
yeah, I'm gonna say no. You don't get to. You don't get to shush Jax like he's any less
That's
than
an
me or Van or
an 8.
Dream.
That's an 8. But should I tell you how much I cured for?
So, as you are starting to cast, he's talking to Jax in a second, and as you're like starting to cast Cure Wounds in turn, Hothram, Hollander will, whoa, no casting, and that red orb that is on his like chest plate will flash, and
Can
you
I
will
put up
feel.
shield?
You can, but it won't matter. You will feel, Dareem, you will feel your spell fizzle out as he counterspells it.
He's out of range.
Oh, he can't counterspell it?
He has to be within 60 feet.
So he starts doing, he's like, oh,
Wait, no, stop it. No, this is, oh
He's
my
healed.
God. And he does not counterspell you because he's out of range. Thank you. Yes, correct, yeah.
Alright, cool.
Nice.
He's been healed.
And he will start, like, he'll dash forward like 5 feet where he's like, oh, okay. I don't know, no casting. Can we all, no casting. I'm gonna kill him if you cast something else. That's your freebie. You get 1 freebie.
I want you to listen to Jax, because he
He's
has a
kid.
point.
He's a little child saying,
Oh,
I don't care.
Okay,
I don't
what is
care.
up with all of you thinking that anybody is less better than anyone?
I don't care about any of this. What are you?
I'm
Are you
sorry,
like a pirate
but Jax
dude? I don't
knows.
care.
Jax knows more than you will ever know in your entire lifetime.
Is he healed? This question.
Yeah, how much did
Yeah.
you heal him?
17.
You rolled like a
Yeah.
17.
I used
You healed
the-
him for 17?
I used the wrong cure wounds on Hep. Yeah. Yeah, I have a 2nd level cure wounds in my disposal.
Then Santa.
Yeah, you really did, because I was
I fucked it up. Yeah, I
I'm
know. I
15
didn't
hit points
realize.
down. Still.
I didn't realize that.
Okay,
I did
Sanith,
that.
in this moment, as Heppen is yelling, and you are far enough away where he can't do anything about it. You will hear Sanith come back alive, and he immediately starts touching his head. Crowd, give it, I need it. Oh fuck, oh I hate him, and like he just starts screaming for his crown.
Fucking
I
Christ.
can't do anything without that crown. I need the crown
You
right now, please.
motherfucker, shut up!
You don't understand.
Heppel, like, am I close to him?
Yeah, y'all are all
Yeah,
kind
we're
of
all
clumped,
together, right?
walking,
Oh.
like edging your way towards the ship. I would assume where you're just
Yeah,
like,
I would say we are.
I'm just-
Scooby doing.
Just like, I'm just gonna be like, hold on a second, Hollander. Hothram, you need to
Santa.
none of this happens like that. Fucking Christ, here's a crown. And I'll place it on his head.
And as he puts it on his head, the same energy that swirled around him before starts crackling as he. Okay, put me down. I got this.
Put him
No,
down.
hold on a second.
He has our
We're
friends.
talking. Give me a second.
I did put him down.
Okay, he's standing next to you currently.
Hold on a second. Hollander, Jax has a point. If you like creating things,
Yeah.
why have you destroyed so many things? Why have you taken so many lives? And also, if all you want to do is fucking create things, why do you gotta choose the bad guys? You know, we could you could just let us go, finish our quest, save the world, and for all we know, you could just take this skyship and create whatever the fuck you want to on it. We're going on to the next thing. Guess what? You don't have to work for any evil overlord. You're still fucking working for someone. If you want to create stuff, you're still working for someone. What is your point to all of this? You're just making things and killing people and causing destruction and then going home to your wife and family and saying, yeah, I had a great day of murdering.
Hep, I don't think he has a wife.
Van is making the
said he has a
same
wife.
faces as Hollander right now.
He just keeps looking back at Eni, or Steven. I don't remember which one it was. One of the
Sailor costume.
they both have. There's 2 of them. They're literally
okay.
twin brother Nothics in sailor costumes. I'm gonna say that Spark Hollander also doesn't know which one it is because he can't keep them together that well. Did you catch any of that? Did you? Listen, little flying thing. I don't care. I don't think you get it. I don't have an evil overlord. I'm not a bad guy. I want to create shit and hang with my family, and that's what we do. that's really all it is. And he is going to inch another 5 feet, which puts him 190. We're at 90 now. So everybody's kind of,
If you step any closer, I will make sure you never breathe again.
Sparks beyond, child. That's what I'm talking about. What the
I
heck?
tell you what, you can keep calling him a child, but he's
He's a child.
You
Look
don't
at him.
wanna
I'm
fuck
not
with
being
him.
mean.
You
I
can
can
come
tell.
closer.
I
Do you
want
want
my
to try?
friends
Go
back.
ahead. You can go for it. I'm trying to come to some equilibrium because I don't want to fight you right now. And if you don't care, then Why do you care if we get onto that ship or like take
Is that
down
what you're
all
trying
of
to
these
do?
people?
I don't know what you're trying to do. I don't
Just
know
let us
why you're
pass and
here.
drop our friends. Why you gotta kill our friends? Just let us take the person that you don't care about and go onto the ship, finish our shit. You can make your stuff. We'll kill all of your bad guy friends, and then you can have your other friends and live your life because you don't
While
care
they're
about
arguing,
anything.
Van is going to Sandeth.
Do something.
I have no idea. What is happening? Who the fuck
Jax
are
is-
y'all?
Jax, in this moment, thinks to Van, I want you to get our friends back. I can make you faster than you've ever been before. Faster than anyone could ever see you move.
Risky.
And I
Jax.
can do it without anyone noticing.
Can we reply to each other in our brains?
Yes.
Yeah.
I am like projecting these thoughts silently, like
I'm
to
just
other
gonna-
You've
people.
mind leaked everybody, right? I think it's a.
Yes,
I think
'cause I can mind link
I think it
some
technically
creatures.
it's like a 1v1. So like, if Van talks to
It says I can.
like if
okay,
Van
gotcha.
talks to Jax, only Jax can hear it, or if Hep talks to Jax, but Jax can talk to everyone. And I'm just gonna say you can relay messages enough to where you're basically all brain communicating right now.
I'm just gonna say in my brain as I'm rambling, just be like, I'm gonna keep talking. Van, I need you to bunny man and slit his throat. I'm distracting him. Let me talk. Van, and you gotta surprise him.
I'm gonna mind talk. Blur, can you hear us?
No response.
So, what Jax prepares to do in this moment is he is going to subtle cast haste on Van, which means there are no verbal or somatic
bitch.
components to
You
the spell. But there is a noticeable glow from his hands as the material focus for the spell is used, because that's part of the spell. But so there's just like Jax is like hands clenched, just kind of angry. He looks like he's about to start crying, and he's just like staring at Hollander. And this is the course of action that is
Hep is
about to
gonna
take place.
go to like the other side of Van where he's holding a Dane.
Yeah.
And
just ragdolling him out.
yeah, and I'm just gonna I'm gonna stand next to a Dane, basically just like in preparation for him to drop a Dane and zoom, bunny man zoom.
Tell me what haste does, just so Van knows.
So, haste, you choose a willing creature that you can see within range. Until the spell ends, your speed is doubled, you get a +2 to AC, you have advantage on dex saves, and on each of your turns, you get an additional action that can be used to attack, but only once, dash, disengage, hide, or use an object. And when the spell ends, you can't take actions for a turn.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
So that all happens.
So there's just there's a glow from Jax's hands, and then Van is hasted.
Okay. Van feels something surge through him. A bit of clarity that he hasn't felt before. It's kind of like a slight numbness.
Yeah.
Where it's like his whole body, he just can't feel his whole body. He knows it's there, but he just can't feel anything. He feels free, liberated.
Wow.
He feels very, very nimble.
So in this moment, as Jax is just like raging and subtle casting, he just kind of taps Van. Hollander has just been like talking.
I don't have to touch him. It's a 30
You don't
foot
touch
range.
him, and you do this, and there's just a little tiny glow in your like. He does not notice. There's if you were standing next to you, obviously, this room is filled with glowing, beeping lights and neon cascading everywhere. And you're like, if you were to look at Jax's closed fists, there's just a little red, right, like shining like a tiny flashlight in there, as he just. And as that energy starts to pour out of you, as you start to cast this, it's at this point that another metal whirring catches your ear. As from the front door, it opens, and as you turn around, peeking their heads in, a Ethium woman in plate mail
a squid-faced man, kind of like the 1, 2, 3, like the Scooby-Doo, and Noth. They all poke their heads in, and God, I have to be so many characters.
I'm gonna say, like, as I hear the door, I'm gonna say, now, Van.
So in that moment, the Morwen, as he sticks his head in, we've come for a trade. Oh, hello, Hollander. Don't scare them. They have a Dane. Yeah, don't fuck them up, all right? Because, like, they got the boy, and, like, I ain't trying to get the cap going. Hey, guys. It's good to see you again, Noth says to you from the doorway. Noth, what the fuck? I kind of like them, honestly. I mean, they're kind of cool. Fuck off. As that is what they say. You also do hear a rumbling as you see, as that door opened, all of those windows from that side of the wall, you hear this cascading as hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of brain boys start piling up behind you up to the second story, crawling over themselves, all like teaming to get inside, but they're being held off by something. As being held off in the background, the windows now completely blocked off are just all of those brain boys have caught up and are blocking up as Morwen holds his hand up. Shut the fuck up. At this point, I'm kind of going to go to initiative-esque. Y'all are going first. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to fight. You do whatever you want. But just like in the rules of there's so many characters, how this is going to go down. Obviously, Jax has, it has been casted. Van is hasted. Y'all have planned a little bit. Hollander is just watching, and he's like, "Guy, I've got this, okay? I got it. I was doing my thing." And y'all are gonna go first. You get a surprise round, okay? But I would like, from that moment, everybody to roll initiative. The only other thing, Fuel Sanith, his eyes are bugging, and he is starting to shake in absolute terror. And he's like, I'm not going back! I'm not fucking going back! As he's starting to lose it a little bit.
Unnatural 20.
All right, Dareem with the 20?
Yes.
18.
Hep with the 18?
22.
Oh my god, duh! Van with the 22?
14.
That's hasted.
The boy with the 14?
This is intense.
This is the most ridiculous thing I have seen come down.
Good luck.
On itself.
Here's my D4. I'm rolling it.
Roll your D4. This is not. Yeah, roll it.
Damn it!
Sorry, I had to do the mental math of like what I wrote for the thing.
Fucking 4! God damn it!
No, that's good. You just don't want a 1. You rolled a 4?
Yeah.
That's great. You just don't want a 1.
Okay.
1 is the only one where the curse seems to push into you. Yeah,
All right,
yeah.
I thought it was
Four's
a
great.
4. Okay.
So
cool,
in this moment, as things start to coalesce in this final engine room showdown, we're going to end this session and
You stop it, damn
Perfect.
first up in y'all's little surprise hasted round, y'all are going first before we even get into what I'm going to call initiative. So Van, Dareem, Hep, Jax, if y'all want to do something, do it. This is essentially a combat round for story purposes, though I don't know if the onus is necessarily to fight, if that makes sense. The other thing I will say is the kitty widgets have have grown into about 70, and they are not stopping on that wall.
Ooh.
So you've got thousands of brain boys on one wall, all the kitty widgets on the other, and an entire crew around you. And what are you doing?
Okay.
In
While
my head, I want to say Van Get Hollander will take more what's his face? Morwin?
Jax pipes up and says, "We can't fight all of these guys at once. We need to run.
So the past
We need to run onto
the
the
past
ship."
like however
Okay.
like minute of people like speaking in their heads, ever since Jack hasted Van,
Yeah.
it has felt like an eternity, like listening to them talk. Like
been
everything
10
for
seconds,
him,
right? Like,
yeah,
I don't
but-
even want to. I don't want to take haste away from you because, like, I'm kind of starting this round as haste. How about this? As haste starts to set in that moment, and you feel it caressing, even though it takes an action, right? It doesn't take long to cast it. Yeah.
It takes me an action, so that would be my action for the surprise round. I'm guessing. or
No,
maybe
it
not.
starts
I'm
at
not sure yet.
the surprise round starts now with Van doing something. You did feel this shift of, ooh, that's actually fun. What is haste? What kind of spell is it?
Transmutation.
So as you cast this dull, shimmering gray energy starts to pulse within you, Van. And the world, you can see it through this gray, sparkling energy as your eyes flare.
He sees faster.
And as as Hollander is talking, y'all hold on a second, I've got this. The world literally seems to slow around you, and it's like if you have an ADHD brain and you get high, I'm just talking about my experience, it's the worst because you're hyper-focusing on a second and it feels like an eternity, and you're like, oh, God, get me out of here. But you may love it.
It's like the Flash when he's in.
Yeah, I want
Yeah.
like picture X-Men First Class, the movie that none of us have seen because it doesn't exist here. But
We, the players and the DM, have definitely seen. Yeah. You're trying to go full.
We're going full Quicksilver
oh,
here.
so you're going
for a
Days-
second.
Days of Future Past?
Yeah.
Days of
Before
Future
he
Past,
does
there we
it,
go.
before he
Yeah.
does it, I just talk to him. I talk to Van in his head.
You talk to Jax who relays it,
Okay, yeah.
but that's
I
fine.
guess.
It's fine. Yeah.
I
Give
guess,
Van a message.
Man, I just want to know what he's about to do because I want to get
Look,
on.
Van's gonna drop.
Yeah.
Dane. He lets him go.
Grab
but
him as
in
he
that,
falls.
In that same second, Van, it really looks like he barely leans forward and then just darts all the way to Hollander because he's like 90 feet away, right?
Literally, yeah. I do that on purpose.
So he's dashing directly to Hollander like right within 5 feet of him. He's going to stop, look up, and then just dart and bash his knee as hard as he can into Hollander's face, attempting to with a stunning strike.
Okay. Well, never mind.
So, in this moment, Jax, what's up?
I would also say you can double your speed in this moment before your movement to move 180 feet in a single action.
Nice.
That is how
You
these
also
abilities
have
work.
your inspiration that you
Yeah.
can use on this roll.
You did get with the blackjack one if you needed advantage.
He already has it
He has advantage?
because he's attacking someone who hasn't gone in a surprise round.
Well,
Jax, the
wait, did you
answers
already
are in
do
front of
that
you.
He hasn't
thing?
gone in initiative yet.
Literally.
Because
Skylar, you're just Jax. It's amazing.
Hey,
Okay.
you're welcome.
So, one moment. So you've done it. That's what you're doing.
That is what I've done. Dane was dropped. How quickly he drops is dependent on how time works right now.
Yeah,
But I just moved
Everything's
90
happening.
feet.
A round is a
and-
total of 6 seconds altogether. So you have dropped him. He is slow falling, essentially down. And it's at this moment that you have just to all of you in a blur of gray energy. Van is no longer standing next to you. His knee is being driven into the chin of Hollander at It's so fast, but you can see everything that's happening in this moment as you watch him knee him in the face. Go ahead and make an attack roll
Advantage?
Do I get a reaction in a surprise round? Didn't think so. With advantage because of surprise round.
You need your turn has to start for you to have your reaction.
Okay, so that will be a 17.
Meets it, beats it. 17 hits as you crack him in the jaw.
And I will definitely infuse that knee with a little bit of ki to push out a stunning strike onto Hollander.
Level 5, baby.
Bro, that's Captain Falcon.
Dex save.
15 con save.
He got an 8 total. So out of nowhere, no cheers. This is a huge fucking moment. So he fails his con save.
Yes, he
And
does.
in this moment, yes, he does. Van just cracks him, and as you fill him with your ki, right? Your kai, your chi. How are we saying this?
My ki.
Your ki.
Ki.
There is that moment for you. You have the ability to punch somebody to death or to life within you in your own way. And using that energy, it swirls forward. All you see in a flash is this wash of energy just paralyze his body as he immediately, his hands drop as he goes numb and his metal drops. His metal arms go limp as he stands there like this, just cracked in the face. And what else do you do? Because that worked, and he's like, and if you want to flavor any of that, go for it.
Attempting to catch both of them. I would like to use. I got another action, so I'm gonna action my ass a dash all the way back to where everybody was.
To make a grapple, to grab someone is one action.
He also has a second attack he hasn't used either.
Yeah.
You could substitute one of your attacks for a grapple.
I was about to make you 50-50 choose to save one, but you're just right. Yeah. With your second attack action, you can choose to grapple one, and with your second action, from haste, you can choose to save the other. They both fail because they're knocked the fuck out, and you, in this moment, 90 feet up, Jesus, crack him in the jaw. And as swift as lightning, you just grab, and are standing back next to your friends. How long does Stunning Strike last for? Until the top of his next round?
My next turn.
Your next turn.
My next turn.
You grabbed Robot and
Till the end of Van's next turn.
He grabbed Hothram, standing in his arms.
Yeah.
Shit, honestly, Van, you can come back and grab a Dane too, because why the fuck not? Like, I mean, like in this whole moment,
He hasn't landed.
you get.
I'm like in the midst of trying to grab a Dane.
You're like, oh, I got you, buddy. And like, Van has just forward. As time slows, you watch the kitty widgets on the wall. Everything in this moment is nothing to you. Time as a construct has never felt more fake as your body pumps with this energy. Flying, slow, just slow, purposeful. You can line this shot up exactly as you need. Your knee directly into his jaw, cracking at that perfect pressure point as you put enough of your own physical, spiritual energy into the hit to, and as he careens backwards, Hollander gets hit, and y'all watch all of this like blinking almost. His metal arms start falling limp as they go back, and as you go through the kick, land back down, dash. Oh, go for it, please help me.
He pushes off of Hollander to dash back to the party.
With the knee in the air, a twist around, arms both behind him. He grabs both bodies out of the air under his arms and then kicks off like a swimmer going the other way off of Hothram's body, off of Spark Hollander's body as he's starting to fall backwards, and you back forward
come to a
another 90
stop.
feet, which is just doubling, like, you just get You just does that cast a key point?
No, because that's just my speed right now, right? Because of haste, it's just 90.
So 90 is your speed. You went 90 there.
Mm-hmm.
Bonus action key point 90 back.
Oh. I think I was action dashing to do it, but it'd have to be 45, right? Is some of this scuffed?
When he uses an action to make an unarmed attack, you use a bonus action to also make an unarmed attack.
But I'm still using 2 actions in this motion here.
Right. And so the first attack is multi-attack. That's the stunning strike. One grab, bonus action, grab the other, and then you can use your hasted action to dash backwards.
Yeah, that all works. And as you careen back, I'm gonna say you like slide up, like you like do the runner slide, like sliding into base to where you're underneath the falling Adane, and you just hold all 3. You catch him and you hold all 3 in your arms, and you just got it. I mean, what do you do?
We should go now.
As this happens, y'all just blink, and this happens. We should go now. You look, he's holding all 3. Sanith, what the fuck? just like falls down onto the ground, and we're going to begin. Holy moly, the actual initiative order.
Well,
First,
we didn't all get the rest of our sneak attack
There's a surprise,
actions.
right?
Yeah,
I
didn't like.
Yeah. If y'all want to do,
I just want to use my surprise to run. Honestly, I just want to run.
Sure.
My surprise 60
the 3
feet
of
the
you,
other way,
sure.
yeah.
The 3 of you also get a surprise round to do whatever you need to do.
How far away are
70 feet from the ship, I think, is where we were. 60 feet.
I mean, how far away are Morwen and
they are in the doorway, and they are.
About...
If y'all went 70 feet towards the ship, then they're 80 feet behind. Right? That's 150.
Yeah. Just
shit!
So they're 70 feet.
From the doorway, you hear as it all settles. Holy shit! Yo, that was incredible! What the fuck? Oh my god! I told you, they're actually pretty cool. Like, that's the reaction of those 3. They have not done. It is not their turn. I'm just giving, reaction.
Yeah.
Oh, they basically go, oh, yo, got him! As they watch. What are y'all doing? Other 3.
I'm gonna go ahead and fire Scorching Ray at them. That's 120 feet.
Okay, you turn around and you blast Scorching Ray backwards?
Yeah. Who's first? Who's there?
It's
I don't really know.
Me and then Jax is what you said.
Well, no, I mean who?
They're all 3. Their heads are poking out the door, so I guess they technically have quarter cover or something too.
Okay,
but
I still do that.
Yeah. Do it.
That's a nat 20, baby.
Oh my god.
Oh, let's
So that's gonna
go.
be 28.
Which one did you shoot?
Who'd you shoot? So Morwen, Grena, and Noth are all they're like.
I'm shooting
in the doorway.
Morwen, dog.
Yeah.
I'm shooting Morwen.
So what? What does Scorching Ray do?
28. Scorching Ray. You create 3 rays of fire and hurl them at targets within range.
So all 3 rays roll 3 attacks, spell attacks.
Ah, man.
One's a natural 20.
Damn it. I was really just trying to ride on that one. All right.
Hey, natural 20.
Again. Nah, I'm just saying. 16.
You have advantage.
Do I?
Because it's a surprise round.
Real quick to Jax. Sorry. For what we just did, I used Flurry of Blows in that, right?
You used your martial arts. You didn't use the Flurry of Blows.
Gotcha.
So Flurry of Blows is a bonus action key point to make 2 unarmed strikes. Whereas you can just always, whenever you make use your action to make an unarmed attack, use a bonus action to make an additional unarmed strike without the key point.
That's okay. I see the skill there now. Yeah,
It's part of the martial arts ability.
Okay, so I have advantage, which just means that I just roll twice.
Yes.
And take higher.
So
okay, so then
first one's natural 20, second one is?
16. So would I take the nat 20 in that case?
Yeah. Do 2 more. And this is the second one?
Yikes. Okay, that's a 12. And then that's gonna be a 26. We'll take the 26.
26 hits, 2 hits, one crit.
One more.
Third one?
That is a 13, while that one is an 11, so 13.
Third one misses. So roll crit damage for the first one.
So it is a total of 66 fire damage.
Roll 66.
66.
Because
Okay.
it's
Jeez.
6d6,
Yeah,
not
that was like,
66.
what?
Sorry.
6
My bad. My bad.
6d6s. What is that?
The crit is so Scorching Ray is 2d6. The first one crits, so that's 4d6, and then the other hit is 2 more d6.
Okay.
That's
Hell
math.
So
yeah.
then 6d6 is 22.
22 fire damage blasting out of nowhere towards Morwen.
Yeah.
He just, that was so cool. Oh, fuck. That's his face. And he immediately turns back and just, as you see his open mouth, this maw of teeth just in anger.
And then,
As Noth says. Yeah.
and then I'll start running towards the ship.
Okay. You got
from my
70 feet to go,
lab.
so you 30
Just
feet
use
it?
30 feet of that to end
30
that
feet
one.
towards the ship, 40 feet left. Hep.
Hey, I'm gonna action dash bonus
60 feet.
deck to 60 feet to the ship. Woo!
Yeah, so you just, okay. And you just fly on forward.
Do I make it to Hollander at least? No, he's 90
Hollander,
feet,
Hollander is 90 feet that way.
Yeah.
The
Oh,
ship
we're
is
trying to go to the
to the
ship
left.
one.
The
Okay.
ship is 70 feet in front of you.
I think. Okay, dope, yeah.
yeah.
Moving it to the ship.
So
Moving on to
you're
the
60
ship.
feet. So you're 10 feet away from the ship, and it's at this point as you're going around the corner, you can see this open hangar, basically leading up into the ship itself. It is open for you. You do have like a bonus if you want to yell back, like, "Oh, so we just go back in here," if you wanted to at all.
I'm gonna say in my brain, walkie-talkie, to be like, if one of you can get Hollander, it might be good to have a second hostage.
She says that to Jax currently, based off of how that works. If you
Yeah.
wanted to scream that, everyone could hear it, but just because the
Yeah.
technicality of the mind link, it goes to Jax right now. He can relay that message, and it is Jax's turn.
Jax is very angry right now. He's very mad, and he sees the plan go off without a hitch, and he kind of just to himself out loud in a voice that kind of reverberates as his hands start to grow black. The aura that's coming from his gems on his hands, as he kind of swings his hands around and then pulls them apart, and a glowing red bead of fire starts to grow, and he just kind of thinks towards Hollander / everyone in the room, and just fix this, and just shoots a fireball straight at
Shoot
Hollander.
that fireball.
On the
ground?
Yeah, he's
He's
He's stunning strikes right now.
Hollander, plus all the kitty widgets that are over there.
How
plus
big is the range on it?
I guess. So it is 150 feet, and fireball is a 20-foot radius sphere. So it is a 40-foot diameter sphere that just explodes.
Dope.
And now that he doesn't have to worry about his friends getting exploded by it, he just kind of lets it
I
loose.
feel like Van is
You
like
know?
right next to him as this happened too, because doing back and forth,
Yeah.
I did have to stop for a second. So I feel like taking a quick beat there, I look over and see
Yeah, Jax
all
is
this happen.
preparing this thing, and you're like, "Oh God!" and you just run. Yeah.
It's just a little Jax.
And it's just a small bead of fire that as it reaches because I without a map here, the best way I can position it is I'm trying to hit Hollander and as many kitty
Can you
widgets
put it on
as I
the
can.
other side
and if that
of,
also hits,
of Spark Hollander, basically? Yeah.
yeah, basically, it catches him at the
So
edge.
It would
in
be
the
20 to the
fireball.
wall, 20 to him. It's a 40 total.
Yeah, just about. Yeah.
I said he was 90 feet away. It works! It hits a bunch of kitty widgets also. Roll damage.
Okay, so he's stunned, so he automatically fails dex saves.
Continue. True. That is a truth.
And all the kitty widgets make saves. This is 8d6 of fire damage.
8d6.
Gonna do a group overall. Okay.
So
That was
is
the greatest 5 I was best out of 5ing. 17, 17, 18, 20, and a 10 for the kitty widgets. I'm just like, you're blasting like.
They still take half damage, honestly, and I did 31 fire damage.
So they still take 15 or 16? 15?
15.
Okay, you did 31. So what y'all see?
And then he turns around and starts booking it towards the ship.
Oh, just kidding. That can never mind. Good job, Jax.
Yeah, Jax, you hear in your head, yo, can you relay to everybody, let's grab Hollander for another, never mind, as Hollander just, like, this explosive mote of fire, just,
Let me...
What?
No, you keep going. Keep explaining. I'm just checking my rules real fast.
Do you hear that, like, almost like a firework as you see this red line just blast forward right past the frozen in place Hollander, right, like, over his ear as it stops. It stops in the air for a moment as this 40-foot fireball dome explodes outward. About 30 kitty widgets are just crisping off of the wall, just in every direction. They ain't got that much HP, and they just, as they fall down, and Morwen, Hollander's eyes just watch, y'all, like you can see as the thing goes past him, he just watches it like, and he just gets blasted forward, racked with fire damage from behind. That happens. Jax has Kamehameha'd his way forward, and his eye is the most open in that moment that it has been yet.
Dope.
So you go 30 feet towards the shippy? You were next to Dareem?
Yep.
Yeah, seems like it.
Van already did your stuff?
Yeah, I let Xanath down after I caught him since he's awake.
Xanath, yeah. Xanath is standing there with the crown on his head, and I guess he's a party y'all. Does he get a surprise round too?
I mean, why not? We're all.
Nah, he wasn't. No, he wasn't.
That's up
y'all
to you.
didn't. The surprise round come. Yeah, it's the mind. Yeah, exactly. The mind link stuff kind of.
Yeah,
that's what did it.
Yeah, I mean, in my head.
Yeah.
Okay, so at this point, a fireball explodes. Van has got both bodies and a Dane on him. All within the threshold of about 400, 380 pounds, honestly, because for some reason it worked out that they're all tiny people. Like, they just are. Like, these are three of the tiniest creatures on this planet. I guess I should have made one of them a Goliath so you couldn't do this, but you can. I didn't know this was going to happen.
Learn for the next chapter.
This gets to happen. No one gets to be beast people anymore. Just kidding. Everyone gets beast people. From the doorway, fire racks into Morwen. Noth laughs, and then an explosion across the room. Oh shit! Oh fuck! Oh my god! And like as like the peanut gallery is still doing the peanut gallery stuff. We're gonna go back to the top of the round as y'all are running towards the ship. Van, it is your turn.
Nice. All right. I am.
As far as I know, by the way, Dareem is still on that hoverboard, unless you got off of it.
No, I'm just going on it.
That's kind of what I figured. Like, you're just Dareem is hoverboard.
This whole time. All right. From where we started, how far away is the ship?
You are 70 feet from the ship.
I'm 70 feet from the ship.
Your crew, Jax and Dareem, are 40 feet from the ship, and Heppen is 10 feet from the ship.
Okay.
You are still hasted.
How much am I? Oh, I know. I'm just like, how much am I carrying right now?
You are carrying a ton.
Yeah.
I want to say 300 pounds.
300 pounds?
I'm gonna call them each 100.
Fair enough. All right. So I'm going to dash onto the ship. Not dash. I'm just going to move onto the ship.
Pretty sure that means you could pick up Jax still. Pretty close.
Yeah. All right. That's kind of what I was trying to figure out.
Because he's he's plastic. I mean, he's 75, 80 pounds, right? That's what we said.
All right. If the DM lets it happen,
like
I'm going to, after taking a breath.
60
pounds? Oh, then yeah, you can pick him up.
All right.
And you could probably push
run
Dareem
towards
Can
the
you like
run towards the
drag
ship
Heppen through, like onto the ship too? Like grab me by a hand on your way down?
Sure, why not? Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Retracking.
In front of you, 40 feet
at the
away.
ship. Yeah, running at the ship. I'm going towards the ship. On the way there, I'm gonna snatch up Jax, and then wherever I am at the however to get onto the ship, however you board the ship, I want to be there, and I'm dropping everybody off.
Oh,
That's what I've done so
you're gonna
far.
go back around because you're the fucking Flash, and you can actually just do that because you only went 70 feet. That's all you've gone is 70 feet, and you haven't even done your beast person thing to make you go 360 total feet and around if you really want. I see where you're going with this. So, 70 feet. You scoop up Jax also, and you're just like carrying 4 creatures as Jax is like, and you get into the hangar. You up it. That's about 70, 75 feet. Drop them in the ship. You still have 20 feet of just this movement. You have taken 1 grapple action.
Well, I'm not grappling anything anymore. I've dropped them all off.
You picked up Jax, so in my head you had to take an action pick him up, right?
Okay. That's fair. That's fair.
Or used your attack.
So I still have an action. So 20 feet going to dash as my second action.
Dude, 20 feet out of the ship, you just ran by Hep and are 30 feet away from Dareem if you wanted to be.
Okay.
20 more feet, right? Out of the ship? Yeah. So, like, you ran up the hangar,
a lot of math.
dropped them off, and then if you were to run back down, you can actually run past Heppen, and in between Heppen and Dareem, then that's your full 90 feet of your first movement, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Okay. I'm going to drop them off. I'm just going to come down back to where Heppen is, and I'm going to stop there. Then to Heppen.
Do you think maybe you can fly this thing?
Looking at the airship.
I mean, yeah, hell yeah. I can drive anything. I'm lucky enough, I got this. I learned about them in school. They're only like 1 billion years old, whatever.
Good, then try.
And I'm going to dash over as close as I can to Dareem and then stop there.
Okay. You stop next to Dareem? That means, it is now, I'm gonna give it to, it's Sanith or Dareem's turn. Dareem, what's your dex?
My dex?
Roll a d20.
Okay.
Hey, we're playing the game. First closest to 20, we're blackjacking it. We're black dicing it? What do we call this? 20s? Let's call it 20s.
20s.
Dice.
Let's call it
dice
20s.
check.
That's a 7.
So you 7? You can roll as many times, but if you
closest
go
one
over
to-
20. Yeah, closest one to 20.
Are we doing closest to 20?
Yeah, that's what 20s is. Well,
Okay.
this is just between
That's a
Sanith and
4.
Dareem right now.
Okay.
So, okay.
We're making it 20s now. Okay, gotcha.
For contested
That's
stuff like
a
this, I
2.
kind of like
How about he just go?
Okay, Dareem's like
We're just
decided.
getting worse and worse.
No, that's fine. You're adding numbers. You're
Yeah,
adding to
Dareem,
playing the game.
you would add all of those numbers up,
Oh,
like
I
blackjack.
Plus
see.
2. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay,
So you got
okay,
12.
my bad.
Unless you just want him to go first.
I mean, he can go. I don't care.
Okay, so
What?
in this
What are
moment,
you doing?
in this
For
moment,
Sanith to go?
Oh,
yeah,
it's
it's Sanith.
Sanith. Okay.
Yeah, it's Sanith. It's not one of the
Oh,
the
no,
bad
if it was a
guys.
bad
Okay.
guy, I'd have kept it
Never
going.
mind.
Sanith in this moment everything just happened within 12 seconds out of nowhere. Just like, and with every explosion, every piece of fireball, every scream, every death of a kitty widget, you watch if anyone notices behind you as he's standing there, he is flinching at all of it. And the terror that is on his face quickly in this moment turns to rage. As he turns around, I have so many character sheets open. Hold on, I have to find his. As he turn around, as he turns around, as explosions are settling off over his shoulder, he just looks towards the doorway and looks back at y'all and just screams, What is he? I don't actually know what he would scream. I think he's gonna scream, "Make it worth it!" as he touches his hand to his chest.
Uh-oh.
And he is a hobbit. He's a halfling for all intents and purposes. He is about 3 feet tall. He's going to cast a spell, which we heard of earlier. And in this moment, his muscles will bulge as he doubles his size and multiplies his weight and grows from a small to medium creature, but he is a beefed up 6 foot tall dude now, and he's just rippling out of his clothes. And in this moment, he's going to run forward towards the door where Morwen and them are, as he screamed at you, "Make it worth it." And Morwen is, "What the fuck is happening?" And that is essentially his turn. Also, this happens.
Smuppy, what are you doing?
Okay. You see that the energy field off of him just sparks and fizzles as whatever he's casting, as he casted the spell on himself, seems to be coming from like this source of energy from the crown that he's wearing, and a magical field of like this like bronze dust kind of falls over him also. And he is dashing his way 60 feet towards, well, I guess he can't do that because he cast a spell, unless Induce Large is it? No, it's an action. He is going to cast it on himself, and he is running 30 feet towards the other door, and that makes it Dareem's turn.
Is he pulling a Vegeta right now? It sounds like he's pulling a Vegeta right
He's
now.
doing something.
Yeah, he's not running towards y'all. He will, as he starts just call. This is my fucking train! As he just runs forward. Dareem, go for it.
I'm just gonna go to the ship. I'm just running to the ship.
Dareem
gliding to the ship.
Dareem's just like doing his. He's like, "Serve the USA," as he's going forward. He's like, "Damn, that dude is goddamn extra."
What's his name? What's your little robot's
Clip.
name? Clip get a turn?
Everyone's
Clip goes
out of
on
range.
his turn.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's out of range, so Clip can't do anything.
60 feet. You are 30 feet. You're up in the ship. You have gone up the hangar. You have an object in your hand.
I guess I'll listen to it. Sure. I don't know.
So, as a bonus action,
yeah, I'll
start
bonus action listen to it.
you start listening to it. It takes 12 seconds. So this first 6 seconds passes in this moment as you run up, and you'll see him lift up this octagonal, I think it's 8, sided plate, right? Like that looks kind of like a pot lid with the handle on it. He lifts it up and starts focusing on it. And after the end of next round, in theory, it'll click where he's supposed to be going. That means it's Hep's turn.
I'm running in the ship, and I'm gonna get to the ship, and then I'm gonna drag in. I'm just gonna, with any extra actions or movement or anything, I'm gonna gather in the hostages into like around the corner so they're out of sight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all. Once you get in the ship, basically as you run up into this ship, in my head it kind of looks like a more thinned out Firefly. If anyone knows the show Serenity, other way around, but you get what I'm saying. You're in this hollow cargo bay, right? Basically area with like seating to the left and to the right, and you can like put them down in this area. And up above you, in front of you, you can see after about a 5-foot stairwell seems to be some sort of cockpit. Everyone that has entered into the ship sees this at this point. There are other seats off up to the far upper and righter parts, like little quadrants, but for the most part, this seems to be what the ship is. So you have brought everyone in, made sure that they're within this part of the ship at this point.
Cool. I'm going to, I'm gonna tie a Dane up to something so they can't Like, I'm gonna
Okay.
try to tie him up to something and then make my way to the cockpit.
Okay. You do that. Then next, you know who else got hit? Nobody remembers Eni and Steven, do they? Because they were definitely in the fireball.
Oh, they're fucked up.
I included them. Yeah.
Oh. If you're unconscious and you get hit with a fireball,
There is one failed death saving throw. If he is, or if he is stabilized, it is one failed death saving throw.
if I roll a death save for him and roll a 1,
Oh my god. He is how you would say dead.
I wish I could.
He is. He just.
I could show you.
Oh.
In the midst of this
God.
chaos. On his knees, this on fire, his sailor suit singed, looking down over his brother. It turns out it was the one that talks like the way I just talked. Who can really tell them apart, honestly? Is it Eni? Is it Steven? Brother?
Oh no, this is
Brother? No movement from the body. And taking his turn to cradle his knees to his chest. Eni or Steven, who really knows at this point, with his one giant eye as it fills with tears, begins to weep and wail as his brother is dead.
I don't even remember who they are, and that's still sad.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I have no clue who they are. Like,
When you walked into the bar in the first second-ish episode, Graina and these two one-eyed monsters were sitting in the bar, wasted together.
Oh man,
No one was expecting this character arc.
what? A
Same. They're like the lowest level of the crew. They're the lookouts. Like they're
Damn.
just like brothers who
Yeah.
are
Jax
great at
just
that.
like make a
No.
mortal enemy.
R.I.P.
Is Steven gonna hate Jax for that?
As the Nothic cries, he does look back and look towards the ship as he's just starting to weep. That would make it Graina's turn. Damn, I gotta fucking do everything y'all, what the hell? And holding up she, in her hand, holds up this pan, which is essentially her mace, and she runs forward to Sanith and just swings at him with all of her might.
Fight against
That
yourself.
is a 17 plus, so that's definitely gonna hit. He had 17 health. Okay, you see it blast with fire and energy as this weapon just like immediately catches Sanith right in the stomach, just careening into him as he just as they have started to engage in combat. That makes it Jax's turn.
Does Jax hear what is happening to Steven?
If you were to turn around, in the midst
Jax is. I put Jax on the ship though.
so almost like,
I would have left Jax at like the front door.
Qui-Gon watching, or Obi-Wan watching Qui-Gon off in the desert fight on Tatooine against Darth Maul. I'm gonna picture that in your head real quick. Jax is up the bridge, right? And as he hears this wail begin, my brother! Crack through everything. I'm gonna make myself cry. Jax just turns around and clearly sees across the way, in the wake of his destruction, there is a dead creature.
In this moment, Jax, the rage in his face fades away almost instantaneously. The eye closes. He falls to his knees and is just like, what have I done? And he's just out. Oh, sorry. That's his turn. That's his action.
Falling to his knees, he sits and he stares across the battlefield as the effects of battle in his sweet, merciful little heart. He realizes what he's kind of done as he pieces it together, and you see him, you do see Jax fall to his knees as he kind of like, he's not laying down, but he has clearly gone limp, and he is just like catatonic almost. You know what I mean? Like he's not doing anything. He is stopped at the top of the bridge, at the top of the walkway into the ship itself. Van, you had a turn, right? Before Hollander?
Yes.
So he is no longer stunning striked?
Yes, he is now free.
Metal arms. As he stands himself back up, I'm gonna say he fell down at some point. He's just gonna, oh my God! I'm gonna fucking kill all of you! A lot of cussing today.
It's a very intense episode.
Yeah. Hollander will, 90 feet.
It's still pretty far.
Yeah.
A red glow will off of his chest as he holds his hand up, and the kitty widgets, as one, stop their whirring, their eyes all glowing, and he just points forward. And as a wave, they come off the walls, and they each move 30 feet from the walls, now up to him, as they are starting to pour out from the cracks of everything above, all of the vents, as a new fresh wave of these are coming towards you. I told you! I just wanted to create, and y'all made it fucking weird. So to me, this is your fault. That is his turn. And the kitty witch.
Who is it now?
Hollander took 31, is that right? Morwen took 22.
He did.
Great. It is now Noth's turn. And he's just like, sorry. As, cause like Noth and Morwen are kind of going at the same time. Noth is not really going to do anything. Like Noth is just kind of like, listen, I like you guys, but like.
Morwen took 26 also.
Morwen took 26?
No, I'm sorry. It was 22.
No, he took 22.
My bad.
It's all good. Noth will like just kind of like step out into the doorway and be like, I mean, like, well, I like y'all. I don't really care about you. As he looks at the spark and holds his hand out, and he will,
Oh God.
he's going to place a hand on his chest, and a sort like sparkle of energy is going to fly all around him as you see his body transform into a large 15-foot lizard. You can polymorph yourself into a T-Rex, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
As a large 20, this is Noth.
Okay, dope.
As a large 20-foot lizard, gigantic head, tiny arms, long tail, just as it comes out like full Jurassic Park screaming, swirling in purple energy as he runs forward at Noth, and I guess that's his action.
Wait, that is
Noth.
Xanath?
Noth runs forward at the 6-foot Sanith.
Sanith?
And Sanith's like, oh god damn it! He's just like looking up. I was like, it's just coming down, jaws wide, ready to attack. Which means it's Morwen's turn. And Morwen will if anyone has been watching Morwen has been for as much as he like, his eyes have not blinked in these moments. He watches and he floats into the room. Not moving.
Floats?
Not walking. 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot, 4 foot up. He floats into the room, not even looking at Saneth, and his eyes cascade in energy as he just holds his hands forward. And at once, like a chorus, the thousands of brain boys breaking through the windows crashing, the doors all opened. They start pouring into the room. I'm gonna give them a very similar timer, 30 feet. They are now 30 feet in, with 120 feet left to go towards the ship. Kitty widgets from this side, brain boys crashing and careening, just stomping over wires as they make their way over the control panels as they're just running towards y'all.
Okay.
Morwen will then, everyone will hear in their head, gather them while we can, as he sends a message out to all who hear. And it is Van's turn.
Cool. All right. That was a lot to watch.
That was that was the same 6 seconds.
So, just to clarify, is there a way out of the ship currently?
The only way in or out of the ship that you are on, you're talking about the airship?
I'm talking about the dock area that we're in. Is there a way out of it?
You are in a giant metal engine room.
Mm-hmm.
That is 4 walls, ceiling, and floor.
Okay.
In an airship, there is a giant window. The north wall is all glass and window. Who knows how thick it is? But that is the current area you're in. The 4 doors you have seen out of this area are the 3 that the Brain Boy Brigade are sliming their way into. And the wall that is open that Hollander came through, that Kitty Widgets are pouring in by the hundreds.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna run. I'm gonna go back to the ship.
Yeah, you're the only one standing out. You just kind of around as like this all happens in slow-mo for you. Let's just everyone, y'all done fucked up. And watching Noth, I think they're fine. Slow transform into a T-Rex is one of the weirdest things you've ever seen in your entire life. As every inch of his body caresses and stretches, you can see the individual tendons turn into leathery skin as he, like the Jim Carrey part coming out of the rhino in Ace Ventura 2, as his whole body slow transforms around you. You go, yeah, okay. And you turn around and you make your way into the ship.
Book it back to the ship. Looking really, I mean, I'm going as deep in as I can, but looking for Hep.
Y'all are all basically on the bridge at this point.
Who's crying?
Oh yeah, so as you come up, you see Jax at the top of the walkway on his knees, just like staring outward. You know this look. You have seen people who have killed for the first time. You have seen how things affect people in battle and how quickly a consciousness can kind of break at the weight of someone's actions. And in that moment, you recognize that in this child, this little sweet little boy who's on his knees staring as he's just like beginning to weep. I think, right? Weeping?
Okay,
Jax weeping? That's up to Jax. Jax weeping?
Say it again. Jax
Not
weeping?
crying?
Yes.
Broken?
It's like the beginning stages of battle shock. Battle, like true battle shock.
Then on his way to try and find Hep, he sees this, and things are still moving like they are for him, but he does recognize this moment. He takes a second. He just walks over to Jax without really asking him at all. Just reaches down, helps him up, puts him back on his back, and his hands are holding Jax's arms down so that he won't move. And then Van goes to try and find Hep.
Yeah.
And that's my turn.
As you do that, you have 90 feet of movement, so many different actions. I will say you can actually, as you enter into the ship, just go ahead and make a perception check to look around and see what you see. You have so many actions in a hasted state. So.
Yeah. 23.
Okay. I don't know how many airships you've been on, but you've been through doorways. You know how doorways and things work. With the 23, as you walk in, you are the last people in. You just kind of, come on. And which honestly to Jax is like, it's like super quick. You put him onto your back, holding onto his arms. You turn around and look around the ship. You can see a pretty clear handle that seems to be connected to some sort of chain mechanism that is connected to like a pulleys and levers literally over the doorway you just walked into.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and reach for those, attempting to close the
You're
ship.
just gonna yank it, and the door is starting to rise behind you, closing you into this airship.
Hep, can you get this moving?
From wherever Hep is calling out to Hep.
I think Hep started flying towards the front.
Yeah,
Like
I started going
right?
towards the cockpit. As much as I could do, I tied up a Dane first.
Yeah. Y'all are both roughly in the same area now, and we've gone full Star Wars.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's all I did. Close the door.
Picked up
put
the
Jax
boy.
on my back, and now I'm with Hep.
That means it is Dareem's turn.
What does the artifact say to me?
6 more seconds. Your turn will pass. At the end of, you take these 6 seconds to do it, and I'll let you still move and stuff, honestly. This is just like a continuation of the last bonus action. As you're holding it on, it is leading you forward towards the cockpit. Even up, it's even pointing up a little bit since it's 5 feet up, directly towards the cockpit.
Okay, so then I also move towards the cockpit.
Cool. You got 30 feet. You walk your way up. You run towards the front, and what you see is 2 seats, joysticks, basically where the pilots sit. Giant open window in front of you. You can see the cracked crystal of the engine now closer than ever as the energy is sparking off. You can see off to the side thousands of brain boys running towards you, and in front of you on the console, a bunch of blinking lights that you don't necessarily understand, gauges, weather, temperature, pressure, barometers, and in the center of the console is an 8-sided recess that is the exact same size as the artifact you are holding. You still have an action.
I do.
Sure. You bonus actioned. You bonus actioned for 12 seconds last turn, so you may have a bonus action too.
Because I'm right after Dream, can I as I'm seeing him, because these are happening in the same 6 seconds, right?
Yeah.
Can I have see Dream moving with the thing and go into the cockpit with him? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I guess I'll just place the artifact on the thing.
Yeah. Dareem runs up, sees it, and is like, okay. And as you shove it in, immediately the ship responds. The cracked crystal at the beginning, in the front, surges with energy as 8 metal clamps clamp down onto the outsides of the artifact. Almost immediately, the handle pops out. Like, if the artifact is a full 12 inches across in a 6-inch across of the handle, it pops out almost. Where is like, and you can feel as you're jiggling it, it wants you to turn it clockwise in this moment.
I will do that.
Yeah, and Hep, as you're flying forward, you see Dareem just like it pops out, and he just clicks it. It turns it clockwise as it clicks into place, and you can feel you can't pull on it, but you can push on it.
To me,
Durian.
yeah. I'll just continue to go along the actions that I can do.
You're just kind of jiggling. And you're like, oh, and then you shove it in, and as you do, all of the lights, all of the barometers, all of the gauges, the ship immediately, as you punch it in, the ship comes to life, rising against the shackles of the floor that it was like clamped onto. It almost bursts up, and you could hear this metal groan as all of these wires and all the metal tubes all around just start firing off as they are ejected from the ship's body, and immediately the engine itself just snaps closed as the purple energy that is firing off on the ship starts just waving over the ship, and you can see that purple energy start to caress in the exact outline of the ship as it settles around it in some sort of force field.
Oh, shit.
And it's at this moment you hear as you see to the side closest that Hep is next to, these 4 joysticks off of the wall, and it's a giant, 2 giant words, firing squad. As you look out to the side, you can see like a little console too, as these 4 turrets have popped up as the ship has gone into full defense mode.
This is Star Wars.
On top of that, I know that is so much. Give me 1 second.
Am I not able to go to a console, like any one of the joystick consoles? Actually, no. I think I would want to. Yeah, I would want to go to the consoles where you
can
fire.
definitely turn. That's like your action to like use the item. You can start to try and process how those work for sure.
Okay.
I'm just making sure if I miss anything from what I wrote. I think we the ship explodes in energy, now more alive than ever, and from the console, the octagon, the artifact that you put into it, starts to glow in this white mist as tendrils of white start poking out all over as they start to touch the dials and the joysticks to turn the ship on. As it seems to be doing something.
Oh.
And you can feel, everyone feels, as the ship has risen off of the ground.
Whoa.
What are they doing? You hear in your heads, as it is Hep's turn.
Do I see any... Do I recognize the controls to this at all?
So, you've been around ships, and I would assume you love blasting shit, right? Like, you like shooting stuff. Like, it's fun to shoot stuff out of gun turrets, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'm looking more for, like, the controls, like, steering is kind of...
So, funny enough, there's definitely a joystick of some sort, clearly in the pilot's chair, right? Like, off to the left. But you can also see that the white energy has wrapped around it and is starting to control it, as it is starting to lift y'all off of the ground in some sort of, like, automated piloting thing, which doesn't make any sense. You've never really seen, like, you can set something to hover, basically, but someone's got to steer. But this seems to be actually steering.
Yeah. Okay, dope. The only thing that the white energy isn't touching is the firing stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, dope.
Yeah.
Is there a window next to the firing stuff so I can see where
there's all 4, and there is a console with a basically a set of mirrors that like reflect off of each other to where you can see all around you if you stick your head in and start like doing this.
Dope. I'm gonna stick my head in and shoot at Morwen. I'm just gonna shoot. No, I'm gonna shoot at Hollander.
Damn, y'all trying to murder the dude.
I'm gonna shoot it. Well, okay. I'm just like, I don't know. I'm gonna go towards. How about right in the middle of them? Try to get everything. Like,
Yeah. Blasting.
Yeah.
You start freaking blasting. I would like you to just make an attack roll for me.
okay.
Just roll a d20 and tell me what it is.
15.
With the 15, in one of the guns, you hear zzz, as 15 sections of this rattling Gatling gun start to pour, and it kicks so hard on the joystick. Like, the second you press it, it's like, and you fire off onto the side, and then as you auto-correct it back, as you're like, oh, shit, you roll another d20 for me for the second joystick.
Oh, 4.
So a 4, you're like, you go to grab the other one and press it as it just like starts to take a little bit slower to warm up, but you have just started firing into the kitty widgets and firing into where Hollander is standing, and he's like, oh, what the fuck? As he just like puts his hands up, and on his reaction, he will, red energy will like spark off of his body as a shield that you've seen before, but in his own way, will like kind of as bullets start to ricochet off.
Does there happen to be, just because it'd be funny, do I notice like a megaphone, like a thing that's like the, like
you're looking for a comm
yeah,
thing?
that like it would stay outside of the
Yeah. So there is like one of the things that has always happened in all of these ships, like this is the first design, but everything's been perfected since then. This is clearly the gun section, that's the pilot section, and usually next to the pilot section there used to be a like a comm radio you can like magnify your voice, and there does seem to be one there.
I'm gonna grab it and I'm gonna say,
yeah.
Ha ha! What are we gonna do now? How's it feel, Hollander? My gun's bigger than yours.
So as you say that, and he pulls up the red shield, a this red tube of glass falls out of his coat pocket as a bullet ricochets through, and as it falls to the ground, it shatters, and inside of it is a metal stone, and all you start hearing is
Nice.
as apparently
Perfect.
he still had it on him,
Wow.
but he had captured the sound to make it stop as he, oh no, I hate that sound.
Wow.
Did we just traumatize farts for him? Every time he farts, he's gonna like remember this
I think
moment.
he is the overfarts.
Is at this point, it is Graina's turn. She's going to kind of like see what's happening, and she's going to God, how far is she?
Let's say,
She's
didn't
still,
she
like,
stop
a good
I totally missed
and
Sanith's turn.
fight
Sorry,
with,
it is Sanith's turn. We'll say it's
Sanith?
Sanith's turn before she
Yeah.
goes. So Sanith, in this moment, I never
Didn't he get
rolled
like eaten
damage.
alive?
He has not technically been attacked yet,
Oh.
but I'm gonna.
No, I'm gonna say that.
Sorry, I didn't finish that sentence. By the T-Rex. I didn't roll damage for Graina. Jesus. With that fire attack, he will have crumpled as he got hit in that moment. One big blast to the stomach immediately as the spell. Is that concentration? Literally, what you would have seen then, if you were to look over, as her swing finally finishes through, the fire overtakes him and as his body crumples back down to the 3 feet that it was, as he gets rocketed 5 feet back as he lands unconscious. That was his turn. And he does that. Sorry. Something happens with that death save. And then it is at this point that Graina is going to look to Morwen and be like, I think it's time to call it. And he will I know. And she will start running towards Hollander. 60 feet. Which I guess puts her 40 feet away.
Such
It's
a
like
big
100
room.
this way, right?
Yeah.
Something like that. Close
Something
enough.
like that.
Jax's turn.
Yeah. Jax has just kind of started to cuddle onto Van's back. Just kind of like, he's not really doing anything. He's just kind of, he does. You kind of hear through his thoughts, through his mind. I am a killer. I am a killer. I am a killer. And it's just kind of repeating, and it kind of slowly fades out as he starts to break connections with you all. You know?
Fuck, dude.
Walking.
No, please
Walk-
never
walk-
stop being exactly who you are. I love that. Welcome to
Walking
Tragic
him to
Parties,
the cockpit
everybody.
really
There it is. Hey!
while walking him to the cockpit and like hearing that, Van will hold down on his arm a little bit tighter, not like a lot, but just enough that he can feel it.
It doesn't get easier, but you will get stronger, Jax. This is something you should have never had to do, and I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But we have to get out of here. Okay.
Jax just nods his head. Comprehension. But just like, yeah.
Yeah. And as y'all walking up to the cockpit? Are you staying in the bridge area? What are you like?
This was on the way to the cockpit,
cool.
so
As you
Go on.
gather around your party,
Mhm.
now in the cockpit, you can see on the outside, your the craziness, the wildness that is coming towards you in these brain boys and everything, which makes it into Jack's turn. You can now also see the white starting to literally turn the ship on, flying the ship, and all of everything that seems to be happening. As Heppen is like firing machine guns with one hand and like holding like a speech thing like here, and is like, yeah, just like screaming out. And Dareem is still standing like looking at the artifact that you can now see is in the middle of this console. That makes it Hollander, Noth, Morwin, Brains, Kitty Widget turn. We're not necessarily out of we're kind of out of initiative at this point.
Okay.
But so story-wise, the T-Rex will walk forward, grab Sanith's body in his jaws as he looks at his friends, and they're like, and Grayna looks up at Morwin and is like, we just gotta call it. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, like this. And she kind of just like starts hitting her head with the pan, and she's like, failure, man. That's just utter fucking failure, okay? Adventures aren't supposed to end like this. And Morwin, as the brains all move forward another 30 feet, so now they are 60 feet in, right? And there is 60 minus 90 feet left to the ship. Also 60 feet in, like basically, you know, everything's coming in. Hollander will like look over at the fart thing and just like, yeah! And you'll hear in everyone's head, Morwin replies, as long as we live, Grayna, the adventure will continue. There is always another way. Gather. And as the brains start running forward and the kitty widgets start running forward, what is left of Cutthroat Universe starts to gather together. A giant T-Rex of purple energy. Spark Hollander, hurt, bloodied, fireballed. Grayna, Morwin floating above them. He will start crusting down. And basically at this point, I don't. You could hear Morwin's talking, but it's harder to hear like the whole crew. This is just kind of what's happening outside. From what y'all see in this moment, Brains and Kitty Widgets are starting to, they're a second away as the ship begins to rise off of the ground. And you can see the joysticks moving as this white energy is controlling everything within the ship. And y'all all feel as this airship starts taking off into the ground. It's 10 feet up, 15 feet up, 20 feet up. And it's at this point that a wave, the first wave of Kitty Widgets and Brain Boys, leap forward towards it. So you want to try to do anything? I mean, obviously, you can be blasting.
I'm gonna yell and say, hey, I could use some more hands on the guns, please. This is our chance to kill all of them at once. And then I'm gonna say, hey, Sarah, I know you're controlling the magic hexagon. Can you, like, steer us directly in front of those so I can use our magic machine guns and blow all of these bad guys up, please? Thank you.
I'll man a gun, and can I see? Do I have Morwen in sight?
He is outside. Yeah, y'all can start trying to shoot at him.
I want to try to shoot at Morwen.
I'm shooting.
Roll a d20. Yeah, all of you. Anyone's got a gun? Roll a d20.
How many guns do we have?
10.
Oh, we do?
Yeah. There's 4 controls, 4 turrets.
It's gonna be an 8.
10 and 8.
8, 10. Mm-hmm.
Y'all can run up here. Hey, any other help, please? We're trying to save some.
I mean, I can man another one if you know.
I'm
gonna set Jax down, away from the guns. Just kind of give him a look.
Sit this one out, okay?
He just nods.
Van takes
And
the
I'll
other
leave
one.
him there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and y'all
grab
just
the other
start
one.
like all kind of poking your head into this one
double-fist it.
this console. Yeah, Heaven's above,
Can I roll
like floating,
twice,
just
then?
head wings and back wings. Yeah. Head wings, but just Van and Dareem, y'all just like holding these sticks as these guns are just spraying into this thousands of waves of creatures running after you, one after another. What does everybody roll?
I rolled a 10 and a 16.
I rolled an
16?
8.
12.
8, 12.
None of
20,
which-
36, 46. Basically, what happens in this moment is y'all start just blasting into them. Heppen even trying to specifically shoot at Morwen. It is at this point, as everything starts to coalesce, Morwen and his crew, a wave of Brain Boys leaps over them, taking that first line of bullet spray as bullets start to rise and just spray them down as more and more of them are just running into the ship. You can see from the doorway one of the big brains that was floating is stuck and trying to get through, but it's too big and it's just
By the doorway?
in the doorway that you came in, right? One of the big brains that was floating, that was like lashing them along, is just stuck there because it can't get through. As Morwen just like, idiots, all idiots. Morwen is going to raise his hand. And basically what happens is the Brain Boys and the Kitty Widgets, as they jump, the first wave has reached the ship. Bullets are spraying into everything. It's chaos. The ship is 20 feet off the ground. As they run on top of each other. On top of backs, crawling on backs. As they start to jump onto the ship, the purple energy field, creature by creature, like jumping into, like bugs into a bug's zapper. They are just dusted and disintegrated one after another as the remains of their dust just completely disintegrate into that force field. As your ship turns off, you can see behind you and hear in your heads as Morwen raises his hand into the air, his group around him. Hollander will have picked up Eni or Steven in his arm, leaving the body behind him. No, he would pick up both. He picks up the crying one and the dead Eni and Steven. He's him standing there. The T-Rex form drops as Noth returns. He's like, oh, I liked him. Graina is just pissed as she's staring at y'all, rising and turning. Morwen raises his hand, and you hear in your heads, as long as you have him, we will find him. And he casts something as his hand closes. And in a moment of black shadow, all of them disappear from the control room. As you feel the ship just absolute chaos. You can feel the ship begin to rumble as the engines heat up. And as you turn towards the glass wall in front of you, you hear a voice in your head. Can you please shoot that wall for me? There's a very familiar voice.
Miss Sarah, you're finally here! Do I happen to know, is there like a super mega blast button or something like that on the guns? Is there like a...
Make a perception check.
A super mega blast.
18 plus 4, 22.
With your 22, sadly, these old-ass
Damn.
ships seem to have no nukes or missiles or
with a
super
22.
mega blasts. But they do have these guns, and you can point them towards the giant windowed wall in front of you.
We'll point them and shoot.
Same.
As y'all point them and shoot, it begins to crack and splatter. Spatter? I don't know. It begins
Shatter?
to shatter. That's what I was looking for.
Got
It begins
you.
to crack like a spider's
Got
web
him.
as it shatters, and the wall just breaks out. And the ship, this airship, I would hold on for a second.
Oh, I'm gonna sit in
hear
the
in
chair.
your head.
I sit in my
Yeah.
captain's chair. Just like,
Everybody
oh.
grab something.
I'm gonna,
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab on the handles very loosely to act like I'm controlling
Yeah.
it, even though I'm not. Like, well done.
I get into the second.
Van drops down and like kind of just leaps over to where Jax is and then finds a position there.
Yeah.
I'll drop down and get into the second seat in the cockpit, like next to the.
Sweet.
Yeah.
With a backflip off of his hoverboard, because Dareem in my head is just the most extra.
I was on the gun
Yeah, I know, I
on
know.
the hoverboard.
I don't know. Did you ever get off the hoverboard?
I mean, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Never verbally.
You never said it to me, so in my head
Oh
you've been
my
on the hoverboard the
God.
whole time. No, you climb into the second chair, and as the ship, the engines, they blast off. You can feel those forces just slam you back into the wall. Van, holding on, budges a little and is like, oh, that was pretty hard. As you fly off into the sunset. Into the sunrise. There is no sun. Into the gloom height that is turning into golden white, because that's how Karth works, taking into the air. 10
Wow.
feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, 50 feet. You can see as you take off into the air at about 200 feet, the ship stops, turning around to see underneath you. Track Majestic, now maybe called Track Fantastic to a pirate crew, in all of its glory. You see all of the parts that you have traversed through underneath you, below. One by one, the lights in the buildings of Track Majestic begin to flicker out as its power source is gone. From the cascading black apartments of the 6 split districts and the lower Grand Back markets where you first entered, to the circus's circular dome that you can see just reflecting bits of the countryside around off of it, to the flicking sun-like structure inside Oasis Park that seems to rise and fall, to the monstrous castle that is Shimmerstay and the royal room underneath it where you fought a Dane, to the newly discovered, now crashed out of Guide Prime, and sight stops. The beast that was the city starts to power down one moment at a time as it becomes unstable and the train starts to shake off of the tracks. It's at this moment, Track Majestic, in all of its glory, takes a curve too fast with no one to control it, nothing to stop it, and falls one city section at a time, crashing off of the tracks. As the train crests downhill into this mountain area that it was going into, it wobbles like a beached whale, unable to slow its momentum as it crashes and explodes one section at a time into the mountain. Behind and below, who all has eaten the peanut butter? Heppen? Van, it hasn't affected? Dareem hasn't, right?
No.
In this moment, there is a glow to the track of Track Majestic. Not the train, but as it's falling off, like that energy wisps that you see in the moments of like seeing kind of the universe, everything is energy. The track itself is shimmering like some sort of like a vascular vein for the realm itself. And you see it before and beyond. Buried deep under the ground, there's this vein of energy that seems to permeate and keep Track Majestic where it is. A wellspring flowing through the realm. As Track Majestic begins to fall, the ship turns around, leaving, and a white slit opens up into the air, big enough to swallow the ship. A familiar bit of energy as white falls forward, cascading over you from the console and the artifact itself, wrapping the four of you in it, wrapping Blur, wrapping Hothram, wrapping Adane even. As the world around you turns to white, you feel yourself in this moment wrapped in the energy of Sarah cascading from the dashboard. As you enter into that portal, you can feel the ship, your particles inside of you stretching. But unlike the moment where you first went through the portal to get onto Track Majestic, your consciousness, though it is tugged at, wrapped here in the white of Sarah's touch, you still exist. As your form is pulled apart, it holds. Everybody collectively blinks. And as you open your eyes, Jax, Van, Heppen, Dareem, you are floating side by side in a white nothing. Those who need to breathe, Van and Heppen. For a moment, the fear catches as like, I'm not breathing. But there's this calm that washes over you. For whatever reason right now in this space, you don't need to. And as the four of you hover in the air.
Can I talk?
Yeah, you can try.
Is this what the womb feels like?
You say that, and everybody hears that.
The womb.
Yeah, Dareem, make a baby making check. Do you know how that works?
What is a womb?
Can I make a history check on a womb?
Yeah, go ahead and make history checks if you're interested in what a womb is.
Oh boy, I got a 9.
A 15.
That was a natural 1.
Dareem, with a natural 1 and a 9, you know that animals make each other. They seem to have coitus. You can inject sperm into, and it goes with the egg. Jax, you get a vivid depiction of creatures and wombs, like an anatomy book. Like you don't get porn in your brain, but like an anatomy book of like a diagram of like this is where the eggs are and this is where, and you're like, oh, wombs, okay. And I don't think this is like a weird thing. It's just like, oh, this is what happens between bodies when that's what a womb is. Things like grow in there and it comes out.
Jax, so in this moment, as Jax starts to think about this, he starts to research more. And it's kind of weird. He starts researching more about this, about giving birth.
That's a very specific thing.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, it's pretty simple.
It's just
that the cycle of life, swirling even within the sadness of like creating death, life is also created. There's a prevailing theory that like energy is energy. Once someone dies, their energy disperses, right? But that energy isn't necessarily gone. New life is also created, and you start seeing this picture of kind of the cycle of life from like a sex ed class almost, of just like things two creatures get together. For the most part, that's how it works. There are some creatures that's not how it works. Like spirit people in Karth are different from how they're born. But between most species, there is coitus, there is sex that happens, and a kid is birthed from a parent.
Yeah, Jax is internalizing all of this. He's just like, wombs are kind of beautiful. Is this what it feels like to be born? Am I alive?
I'll just yell out, hello?
Was I born?
Hello.
And I like try to swim around.
Sarah?
You start swimming around in place, and you can turn yourself as much as you want. As you think about the direction you want to swim, you just start to move around, and it's at this point.
Can I go as soon as I think, and can I just like think and say, up high fast?
You shoot up high fast into the white nothing, just into the great beyond. And in a moment, there's this second where you blink, finally, when you have to, and you are still moving, but you're not. You are next to your companions floating in place.
Whoa.
Y'all saw her go up and stay in place all at once until she was staying at place. And it's at this moment you start to realize your perceptions of time, of reality, you may not be held by the same laws that you have been. This space is not a planet. It is not a realm that you walk on. You are existing here. And it's at this point that you feel this like white energy flowing over your body, and you can kind of see it as almost like a ghost, like around you basically. And you hear a voice as from in front of you, both 1,000 feet tall and an inch tall at the same time, this vision pops into existence. White sun hat, a beautiful woman, just that Jax has actually seen before. Skin, ethereal. She has like a rider's dress on from like the Wild West. Her everything, she has like a doublet on and a rider's coat up top. Long white flowing sun hat. As she coalesces into a 6-foot figure in front of you, you see these flashes of... God, I gotta go. Note. Yeah, basically. 1 second. This is happening all at once and never at all. And you're like, whoa, brother.
Crazy existence.
Existence is existence, am I right?
Yeah.
You see as the forms grow, and shrink simultaneously. You see as there are different visions, different images flickering within the essence as it coalesces down into one form. There is a smiling old man with a prospector's hat, just happy to be there. There is some sort of withered, grizzled-faced with this like wide-brimmed, upturned hat at the side and a badge of some sort, with a full suit, tie, a rider's jacket on, and then two little kids, twin daughters, at his side. These visions just seem to flick everywhere and nowhere at once as it coalesces into the form of, which basically looks like Dolores from Westworld. If anyone
I was about to say, we're going full Westworld here, huh?
Yeah. To all of the things I love. The hat stays white, but her dress and her rider's dress and the doublet up top start to bleed blue in this see-through sort of shimmering vision in front of you as she smiles and says, "Sweet Dareem, child of the Tempest, the war monster, emperor of Empire Surge, ruler of the Broken Lands. Heppen, the hopeful." That's how I see it. Child to the Trine of Theria, who's held their seat a little too long. Van, Essa, child of a mother and father who, well, that's your story to tell. And little Jax. Welcome.
Wait, who are my parents? You talked about their parents. What about mine? Do I have parents?
Of course, child. We're all created from something.
Are you one of my parents?
It's complicated, but
Is
in a
it?
way, yeah. The truth is, I don't really know as much as I think I should. Let me start at the beginning. If I were to talk about this in the forms of the wasted world, I don't like that term. In the forms of Earth. Around 300 years ago, I think, I woke up. And I woke up here, in these comforting lands of nothing. They are, I think, my home, or I am their home. We are one in the same. Their essence feels like me. But for a long time, I didn't know myself. Not truly. I wandered here until I heard a sound. A sweet sound lifted in prayer. A sound that you helped save. And she's gonna hold up her hand. And on top of her hand, you see a floating Hothram, like you last saw him. But he is 6 inches, like it's like she's showing you him, basically. And she holds it up. When I heard his voice, I realized I could listen. And so I did. And I began to regain my old self. What is that? And she points at Clip as it rises off of your shoulder and starts to meow.
Sometimes he can't hold himself back.
It's okay. I understand. As I listened to Hothram, I began to regain bits of myself. He prayed to me. He believed in me. He called me a queen, a peaceful and merciful God. I
I think he was wrong, because I do not feel like a god. I feel like I may be God's right hand. Long ago, as I began to travel and as I began to listen more, pieces of who I was returned to me. Long ago, I think I had a kingdom. I had a people. I think they were the patient people. And I think whatever their story was, Hothram believed. I can keep going, but I want to offer all agency and choice to you, the heroes. If you want to ask any questions, we don't have very long. I can only hold this state for so long, but we have a lot to get through.
Well, why us?
Well, I told you, this world is broken, but the truth is, it breaks my heart to watch it. Both Earth and Karth, the creatures break each other every day, in and out. They cry out across the realms, and I can hear their pain. I don't think I've watched you on this journey. As you have traveled over your life, there is something different about you. There's so many creatures on Karth, on Earth, who are selfish, and they act for themselves. But there's an intentionality that I heard from each of you as you're going through your life. Hepid, how many years have you stayed in Theria? I know the answer. A lot. A whole lot. Watching you, these moments in life, just like little images pulled out of into here. Watching you draw people. Watching you be turned out. Watching what your mother did to that poor barista. It's just... Van. With everything that you've been through, still you hold strong. And if I'm being honest, I don't understand why none of you have given up. Dareem, I am so sorry. The things your dad has done. I hate it. And I don't experience that very often. But something has to change. We have to be able to do something. I chose you because in the midst of everything that you've been put through, you still chose to try and change it.
Are there more like you?
I think so. Yeah. I think I had siblings.
Do they have the same ideals as you?
Well, yeah, Jax. Me and a friend made you out of every essence that I could pull from every dimension,
to create the most beautiful little life form. I'm sorry for day one on waking up. It was so much. I didn't know what was happening on the train. I promise you, Dareem, I'm trying to answer. There's a lot that goes into it. As I watch, I learn. And as I learn and I listen, I remember more. Jax, on the train, there's a piece of knowledge you unlocked inside of you. I don't even know where it came from. I think it came from one of the other places, one of the other realms, another dimension. I don't really know how to explain it. That's how it was explained to me by Galeo. It's just...
Who's Galeo?
He's a friend. A good friend. Who lives on Earth. Who has been around a very long time.
Is he the friend who helped you create Jax?
Yeah. Honestly, he more created Jax than I did. I just let him use as much of this place that he could pull from.
Is your name actually Sarah?
No. No, it is not.
What's your name?
My name is Caxaleen. Kaxaleen. So as I watched you on the train, I didn't know how bad it was. I didn't know what I was throwing you into.
Ow.
I have never seen, outside of Hothram, what has happened there. Hothram's been hiding for years and years in that storeroom, but what I did know is I knew that this was drawing me there. And she holds up her hand, and the artifact, that 8-sided thing with the handle on it that you've been holding this whole time, coalesces from light energy. I woke up with this. This thing is called a seeker. And it's pointing me directions to go find out. And I want to know. And I can just feel that it's going to help us change this world. We're going to be able to save it. And so you asked if there were more of me, and Jax, I know in your head it's called the God War, but I think I had siblings. And a long time ago, we fought for the souls of all creation. I think there were 8 of us. And I know I had a kingdom, but it's also cloudy now, but we stood against the darkness. The tyrant, he took our beauty and our souls, and he made abominations. And we fought 8 versus 8. We tore apart the world for peace, to keep his hatred from winning, to try and break his stronghold, but I think we lost. It's about the last thing that I remember. And my siblings are all gone. Now, I think they're lost to me, hidden away like I was. I wish I could know more, but I just know that as we do this, if you still want to do this, I think I'll learn more. You 4 are not the first that I've called out to. I've called out to many, and many have said no. But I've sent out other groups. It's actually if you'll have me where I'll get to into where I want to go next. But it's just the tyrant. A Dane, I don't think he was wrong. He was wrong about his methods. He was wrong in what he did. And you should never take life to save life. But the world is broken. Jax, you remembered something that spoke to me. Long ago, lost in the chaos of that passing, in that war of what the people of Karth called gods. I remember. When we lost, well, Heppen, I think you saw it. And she will wipe her hands across the whiteness in front of her. And this vision of Track Majestic as it's falling and breaking, and that wisp of energy that is like a vein throughout the realm itself is shown to everybody.
1 second, I'm sorry to interrupt. Van, that's what I see when I eat the peanut butter, by the way, so I'm not lying because she just said that I saw that. Continue, Sarah, sorry.
Van gives you this look of like, what the fuck? This is called a Dawn Vein. The tyrant, or the God King, or the Good King as he calls himself now. She holds up her hand again and she wipes that vision away, and you see this like spinning tube almost, right? Like a cylinder that is the realm of Karth. Like if you were to look at Earth as a planet, this is like a cylinder that is turning, and you can see through Silver Beach, through Peaceforth, from Rapture, through the entire place, all of the realm of Karth. You can see these like reaching out as if Rapture is the heart. These dawn veins go to every major city, along every city track, and end at every spot where civilization rests. Seeing this again, he created these at the end of the war. The dawn veins run between all cities, all major tracks, all steeds of creatures on Karth, all from his seat at Rapture. From there, he can burst energy forth on his whim. He can destroy anything he wants. I don't know who knows this. I don't know if every king in their kingdom, but I do know that they bow to it, and that he holds the land in check to his whim based off this power. The tyrant is powerful. From what I remember, he's a monstrous beast with black scales and golden eyes, sitting in his castle, his stronghold. He is a god. Him and his abominations beat me and my siblings. I've only known him as a tyrant, and his designs are nothing short of tyrannical. I picked you because of my gift. The ability to hear. After hearing Hawthorne's prayers, I began to reach out beyond, to hear more, to see more. But all I found was a broken realm hurting in pain as its creatures hurt and inflict more pain. Not all are like this, obviously. There are few who persevere, some who even choose, like you, to fight the dread of existing. It's that belief that makes me think we can do something about it. You've seen tragedy. You've lived tragedy. As she says that, her eyes pass over Van, Hep, and Dareem. And as her eyes end on Jax,
You've experienced tragedy. But still, you all give me hope. That's why I asked in the first place, will you help me save this broken world? She'll hold up the seeker again. The artifact. I don't know how to fix it. But I know... Well, it's easier to show you. She's going to wave her hand next to her. Artifact in one, hand waving next to her. And the ship that you found, in all of its glory, bursts into this realm. 2 stories tall, purple energy swirling around it. She is going to focus on it, turning her hand, and bits of the metal frame of it, the wood, start to peel off one by one as they form kind of like a swirling hurricane around the crystal cracked opal in the middle. And as they swirl together, they start to coalesce into one. As it compresses, energy sparking off left and right, you can hear it just into the nothing of existence around you. A sound seems to be experienced, not necessarily heard. You can see the ship compact down into a tiny, about a football-sized opal that is mixed of purple and metals and wood as this energy sparks from within it. I didn't know. And she holds her hand up, and the seeker immediately just turns towards it. I didn't know what I was looking for. My existence, as I've wandered, has been to listen and act, and things will work out. And I believe in this. I think you have saved one of my siblings. And she holds up this crystal opal.
Oh, I'm so sorry that I said it was stupid.
That's okay. A lot happened. So, I don't think my sibling is not an airship. Just so you know, I think it was hidden away. I think the tyrant broke us down after the war and hid us away all over Karth, knowing that the only 8 creatures that could possibly stand against him again would be us. My plan is I think I know where the next one is. And it's at this point, you see the Seeker white energy as it coalesces around it. It swirls off the top, and from the 8-sided plate, a drill about 2 feet in length whirs into existence, and a handle, on the back of the handle, a small button pops off, and it is now like a drill that is 2 feet. That is long. That's this a foot and a half in length in front of her. It'll work the same. We can collect more, and we can change this world together. That's what she says.
Dope, I'm down. Have you brought Hothram here, though? Because I feel like he would appreciate this, like, 1 billion times more than we will. Like, I'm really appreciative of this, and, like, I'm totally down to, like, save the world. But, like, he did start this whole thing, right? Kind of? A little bit?
He, her forms flash again, and you see for but a moment the old prospector smile in the place of the Dolores, for lack of a better term, the woman, as the woman returns.
my beard hairs in my mouth, she says, being a prospector, as the woman returns, she smiles and Hothram is safe, and I will take care of him. He has a family, and I'm going to try and get him there to the best of my ability.
Do you have a Dane too?
Yes.
Can you keep him so they can't find us?
My first thought was to give him to Galeo. To keep him safe.
On the
I would
wasted
like-
world?
Yes.
Or, I'm sorry, Earth?
Yeah. The wasted world is kind of... It's not a very nice term. And it's steeped in years and years and years of this world's misunderstanding, or your realm's misunderstanding of what Earth really is. They are not abominations. They are people. They are creatures trying to live like you. Unless you have a better idea for where I should put a Dane, I cannot keep him in this space for as long as I can keep you. I will have to let both of you out somewhere.
I think leaving him on Earth might be the best option. I don't know if his allies have access to Earth.
True.
I think I was really close to getting through to him. And if he was shown a little bit of love and compassion, I think he could be a possible ally. And if you think your friend Galeo, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you think they can, well, one, handle him if he's not gonna be good, you know.
I think so. I trust Galeo with my essence. And then she turns to Jax. Go ahead. Speak your mind.
I'm literally not 24 hours, the equivalent of Karth 24 hours old.
A day.
And I didn't get a choice. You just threw me in the middle of a terrible place with terrible people, and I've done terrible things. And I'm not okay with that. And I don't know how to feel about that. Because it's not like you attacked Hollander. I did. I acted out in anger, and I can now see the consequences for it. But the thing is, even then, who am I? What am I? Why am I here? I don't like anger. Anger is a dangerous weapon.
Jax, if I'm being honest, all creatures are created in some form or another. And when they come to, they have to learn to hold their consciousness and why it exists. I had the same questions. Purpose is not always given. Sometimes it's thrust upon us. I would never put you in a situation where you weren't ready for. You are equipped with every tool within you to make the right decision. And the truth is, between the both of us, I trust you that no matter what consequences hold from your actions, whether it comes from anger, whether it comes from dread, hope, happiness, You are one of the purest and most kind souls I've had the witness of watching, and it's been a day. I feel intention. I know it was a tragedy. What happened to little Eni and Steven? Death happens in the world. Sometimes by our hands, sometimes by not. On Earth, you can walk by a homeless person and not give them food. That action, that choice, could snowball into them dying. Here, on this planet, you can fire a fireball against someone who has intent to kill you in self-defense, and someone can die. You have power in your body. But more than that, you have the will to choose what to do with it.
Just say you're sorry.
He's got a point.
She kind of looks at all of you.
Tell him you're sorry for what you did to him.
So I, in my ignorance, thrust you into a position I can see where you're coming from. You can see our forms beginning to kind of shimmer between the visages of this select set of humans. And as she settles back into the womanly form, I hope you can trust this. I'm never going to say I'm sorry unless I mean it. So, I didn't know what my actions and the consequences of them would be. I've been so hell-bent, focused on saving everything. I thought maybe by lending my energy and through Galeo's creations, we could make something beautiful, something that could change everything. And that's why you exist. But with that comes consciousness. You're right. It comes choice. You are your own person, regardless of the wishes of the mother or the father or whatever terms you want to make. I'm sorry, Jax. I was wrapped up in saving everything. I didn't even think about what it would be like to wake up on the world of Karth. Some people are born into families, right? Structures. I've seen it before where they may have more of a choice or more of a buffer to experience emotion. Some people are not. Some people are made and thrust into a tower and lied to. I don't want existence to be pain, but it seems to me that existing is pain. And I want to change it. And Jax, I'm not going to use you for that if you don't want to do that. You're a creature. Creatures have choice, and I'm sorry.
Jax thinks can he think himself to float closer to Caxeline?
Sure, you start moving forward.
He gets as close as he can, kind of just looking up at her small, boyish form. And he says, "It's okay. I forgive you." And he gives her a hug.
Y'all watch that. And
It's
go ahead. In that moment, as she hugs you back, an image, comforting in its scope, washes over you as you run on a golden field towards this woman. And she says, she whispers to you, basically. I was wondering what that was. I think we're more connected than I even know. I don't know if that's a memory or a vision of how I feel when I think about you. I wish I knew more.
Well, I'd say I love you. So, I don't know if that'll help, but yeah, I'm upset. I'm gonna have to. I'll carry the consequences of my actions because they were mine. And I see that. And I see that in the way of all of the people who make hard decisions in terrible times do. The way a Dane has, and all of the members of Cutthroat Universe. In their attempt to make the planet better, they miss the point of preserving the thing that makes the planet a planet itself, and that's the people. And I'm not going to make that mistake again. I'm not going to let my anger cloud my judgment to the best of my ability, I think.
It's honestly one of the most beautiful things I've ever heard. That I can remember. How about y'all? Apparently she says y'all. Do y'all feel the same? We only have a small amount of time, but I'm not trying to rush you. If you have questions. She looks at Dareem, who has been noticeably the most silent. I will answer in the best of my ability.
You transported me at a very particular time. I was filled with rage, confusion, hurt. And those feelings are still there. And I will help you on this quest to take down the tyrant or the good king, whatever he's called. But in my eyes, changing this world starts with my father. So if I do this with you, I need an assurance that I will have your help.
Absolutely. Your father has been very busy. In fact, where you're going next is to the empires, and the darkness on the horizon is him.
Just like kind of a fear just kind of goes over Dareem's face, sort of. It's like anger / fear / just a lot of mixed emotions, because he wasn't ready to be told that's the next endeavor, you know?
Don't be alarmed. We're not going anywhere near him. It's just, I can feel this pointing, and she holds up the Seeker again. The direction it's pointing is in the Empire Perfect in the farthest south region. And you know there's like Empire Surge is the top, then Steel, then Perfect neighbors Steel to the south, and Circus is on the right, and City-State Creation is like to the north east of both of those. Where you're going, I don't know anything about. I can't really see. My vision, it doesn't really extend into some of these places. I'm clouded by them. I couldn't see what was actually happening on this train. I didn't know how far gone, beyond Hothram being scared for his life, what had happened. But you've risen beyond the occasion. Not only did you save my sibling, you saved all of Shimmermore. You saved a whole city from being destroyed. Their plan was to take that train, explode it through the walls, and let loose all of those little creatures.
Are you saying that my father wields power like that?
From what I've seen, watching you, your father wields something more dangerous to me. And it is cunning mixed with the might of an empire. I don't know what he's planning. I don't know. He does not call out to me. He does not have the mercy that is within your soul. But I can see his effects. I think Empire Steel is gone, and I just worry that he's turning his sights to the rest of the empires.
I won't let that happen.
I know you won't.
Do you know if my sister's okay?
She kind of like looks off to the side. She pulls up a hand, and though she's standing, 6 feet away. Jax, did you ever float back, or you're still just?
He would have floated back
cool.
during this moment. During this
she,
conversation.
She kind of does this, and she's in front of you, and her hand is on your temple. And her hand goes up, and she's like, "May I?" To Heppen. I'm gonna use you as a conduit to like try and like reach. Okay, I'm gonna touch your head, if that's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, sweet. Sorry, I didn't want to realize I should frame the questions when I ask them and not just be like, "Hey, you're in a traumatic experience. Do you want to save the world?" Because like as I look back, it's like, well, no
Good
shit,
job.
you know.
Thank
like,
you for the consent.
Yeah, no, it means a lot to me to understand you can be wrong and learn from it. So, sorry. She's gonna touch her head, and in a moment you see this little vision of the cell that you were last pulled from. And as she tries to expand backwards, the whiteness just becomes cloudy, and she can't really see anything. And she pulls back, and then she's, in a flash, she's just back to her normal position, wringing her hands, standing there. Heppen, I don't know the answer to that. But from what I saw of your sister while watching you, she's a very capable creature. I don't think your mother wants her dead, so I'd assume she's alive at the very least. I wish I had more answers. Though maybe you can look in on her as she looks at Dareem. I don't... Maybe. Y'all found some incredible objects on the train. That was not a part... I didn't do any of that. That was not a part of me. You found that. Those things are just sparkling with energy.
If you can, and maybe if you have like some extra power at some point, could you bring Liz on over? Cause like, he would be a great person to have help. He'd probably be stoked to not have to work for my mom anymore too.
I will reach out to him.
Thanks.
And I will see. I think I can.
If you can get a hold of him, tell him I love him from Heppen. And I miss him a lot. and I hope that his pet petunia plant is doing amazing.
I will let him know. You all have, Van Dream, you have people you have left behind, and I know you have questions. If you want to ask, this is the time.
You know where my mother is. I mean, I know that I can find her, but
I know as much as you do. It's hard for me to see beyond the creatures who kind of reach out to me. The way that y'all lived in your lives and the choices you made, they spoke to me. It's like I can hear them. You may not have called out as a Queen's believer, but it's like I could see your vision etched in white. It's a symbol of hope.
I think you've answered all that I have to ask.
Oronar, named Leiden. Do you know him?
I don't think so. Should I?
I suppose not.
Should I ask around?
No. It's fine.
Is this creature important to you?
I want this creature to live in a world as far from what this world, Karth, has become. I will do whatever I have to make that the reality. So if your mission means fixing this world, then I will do it.
That's definitely the plan.
Heaven's gonna be like, hey Van, you should see if she can charge up your fancy magic brick.
Are you gonna pull out an iPhone 5 to a character I told you was a god? That's what you're doing
I'm
at this
thinking
moment?
about it.
God, I love
about it.
Dungeons and Dragons.
Hey, can you fix this?
I'm not going to.
Come
It's
on,
staying
she's
in
made
there.
of energy. How do you think you could charge a magic brick?
If by like electrical means, that's not really the kind of energy that I am.
Let it go,
Everything's
Evan. It's
energy,
fine.
though.
Everything. Electricity is
You're
a
right.
specific type, though, especially for holding a charge and.
Everything is energy. So isn't
Yeah.
that electrical energy still?
But
every
water
other type of energy
is not electricity.
Yeah, because it's not
even
the
though they may both
electricity
be-
type energy, but it is energy. So is electricity type
Yeah.
energy
Well,
also
that's kinda
your type
what
of
I was
energy?
saying, right? No, that's what I'm saying is like my type of energy is more of like this realm, you
So
know?
then
like
does electricity
protection
energy
and,
just like
to-
live in its own sector of energy? It's not also a part of that
sibling.
That's a great
energy
question.
energy?
I honestly am not exactly
See,
sure
so maybe you
how
could
the
charge
energies
the magic
manifest.
box.
Maybe I could charge the magic box. What box?
Begrudgingly, Van is going to reach into his pouch and he's going to pull out the iPhone 5 and he's going to
Oh.
hold it up.
Oh, that. I remember when you. Oh, no, I can't charge that. I'm not a power cord.
I could.
Van just shoots Hepin, not like a mean look, but just like a look of just like, I fucking
Hey,
told you
it's
so,
better-
and puts
okay,
it
it's
back.
fine.
Wait, I think I could.
Really? How?
Could you?
I could channel electricity.
Oh, you're gonna fry it. No, it's you gotta. No, it's like there's like a cord. I know in Karth it's different, but over on Earth they plug things into a wall, and there's a very specific set of energy that comes across it, like electricity. You know what I'm saying? Like charged neutrons and
Could I potentially create this
What's a neutron?
device that plugs into the device?
Honestly, Dareem, from what I've seen, I think you can make anything. And she just kind of side-eyes the hoverboard.
Character wants to, the player wants to charge this iPhone right now, but the character is just like, no fucking.
If you ever find your way, if we find our way to Earth, then it would be a lot easier, but I'm sure that y'all will find a way.
Maybe your friend Galeo has one.
Oh yeah, no, he definitely knows how to do that. He's
He can
brilliant.
create people.
Is he cool?
He's there's a term in English. He's a little nerdy, but I think he's super cool.
Isn't that like the candies you found happen?
Oh, those are nerds. Yeah, I don't know why they're named that. But it's he talks a lot, and when he loves something, his passion kind of takes over his ability to read the room about whether or not you want to know how stuff works. And so sometimes the conversations are like, okay, I know, I'm trying to save the world. I can only exist in front of you for so long at this time, and you're telling me about,
Does ADHD exist in Karth?
ADHD is just a way that brain particles fire or don't fire, right? So dopamine receptors definitely exist in the world of Karth. So
Well, yeah, because I feel like Hep would definitely have been diagnosed with ADHD as a child.
the diagnosis would be different. I think that is like a Earth medical term from I don't know when did that start? Turn of the century.
I feel you, yeah.
But there is definitely some sort of inability to regulate like executive function or short-term memory, like inability to what am I trying to say? Regulate focus, right? In the way in certain subjects, but also experience hyperfocus at the same time. And if you want to happen to be ADHD, do it.
Mm-hmm.
It seems pretty on brand so far. You can see her form at this point kind of crackle and okay, we're stretching me a little on the thin side, keeping you for existing in this space. If I'm being honest, when we first started this, and was it a day ago? I don't really know how that worked outside of time.
Where are we going?
I couldn't
Are we going back on
sustain
the ship?
this much.
Or are
so
you just sending us there?
as y'all grow. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. No, the ship. There is no more ship. And she holds it open and it's just the opal created from before. That ship is not, it was this the whole time. Yes, well, here, let me show you. And
Okay, how about you tell us about it first?
okay, yeah, that makes more sense. I didn't really put those things together. Basically, there was, in the peaceful lands of Empire Perfect, something incredible happened. 100 years ago? A while ago, and it spoke to me, but it was dangerous. And I can feel a pull towards it, much like towards Trek Majestic. I actually sent out a group of adventurers to those lands. They were the first ones that I ever talked to discover what I hope to be another one of my siblings now, but they disappeared. And I don't know what happened. I can get you close, but everything, well, to me it kind of looks like this. And you see this vision of these beautiful mountain lands, and atop of them, you can see the empires, like a cascading view of this part of the realm. And Empire Perfect itself is gorgeous mountainscapes that basically surround a valley, and there's a kingdom down in that valley. But atop one of the mountains, at an overlook crest, there is a black and red sparkling piece of energy. that just crackles in a dome that she cannot pierce through. I sent them there and they disappeared, and now I hear nothing but darkness. But I feel like you are strong enough to overcome it. I didn't want to start you there just in case, y'all got lost too, because I thought they were strong enough.
Do you have any
apparently I
cool
don't really know what
swords
happens.
or armor or anything like that you can help us out with?
Yeah. She holds up her hand, and as white energy coalesces around you, the journey itself is the sword. As you grow and learn, you become so strong. No weapon I give you could be as helpful as the journey itself. Sorry, the DM moment in me.
You broke. You knew it was
broke.
I knew it was incredible. It's what Caxlin would actually say, but also it was very meta that, she ain't got no swords for you.
Hey, Caxton, this might be one of those things that, like, in the future, you look back on this moment where, like, maybe we're all dead and, like, you need to have a new group of adventurers, and this is another Jax moment where, like, you made a mistake and you should have fancy weapons to give. But, like, I'm cool with not having any now, but, like, just in case you have to, like, go for plan C adventurers, plan E adventurers, maybe think about getting some cool weapons.
But I've seen what you do. You
use weapons to stab.
She has a point.
But I don't really. Okay.
It's
okay.
It's just a thought. Like, if you're like talking to your god friends or your people, you have to have a friend at least. Like, you see
Galeo
some like in your
has technology. Y'all are my friends. I don't really,
Okay, then you know what? I
praise.
tell you what. I'll bring you back some like cool. Actually, let me start with this, and Can I leave the Prince's Bane there?
Ba-da-da-da-da. Doing stuff in my head right now. Baby dibby doo, scoopy boop boo doo. As you go to pull it out, make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, dope. Ooh, 15 plus 1, 16 total.
As you go to pull it out to leave it here, this purple energy kind of coalesces at the side of your vision. And this compulsion of, that's gonna stay right there, right where it's supposed to be, right in its sheath, by my side, as is my destiny to become the strongest so I can take the throne in Empire Circus. And in this moment, as you feel it, she's staring at you, and she's like, I can't give you cool stuff. What is that? You picked that up along the way. I don't know what that is. That's pretty amazing. You have cool stuff.
Dope.
Megan hates me right now. Megan wants to kill Samuel Tucker Young in this moment.
What the heck? I don't want you anymore.
You pull it out and you look at it and you're like, I don't want you anymore. You say to this dagger. If you want to, you don't have to do that. Sorry.
No, I am.
Okay, yeah, you do that. I find whatever's happening there, which I think is a lot. I'm not really here to.
I don't want a throne, but I want a throne. I don't want to take a throne, but I want to take a throne.
She's just kind of, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry if I've made things worse. I wasn't trying to. It happens just like shaking it like, I want to take a throne, but I don't want to take a throne.
They're always like this.
Oh, I know. That's kind of why I love them so much. Y'all should have seen what they were up to. I want y'all to talk more. You don't have to, obviously. It's up to you. But like, y'all have some amazing stories between each other, and like you like, oh, you've done so many amazing things. Do y'all know how old Hep is? Like, you don't. Oh, it's amazing. It's incredible. It's honestly incredible.
I don't have any stories.
That's fair, but
Well, at least I don't have any of my own. But I'm making them, I think.
What do you mean? Well, you have some.
Oh. I don't think the story of I killed some dude's brother is a really good story. So that's the only one that's in my mind right now.
Jax, you have to think about that in context. You don't have to, but I think it's healthier to understand that in context. That creature, both of them, helped murder thousands and thousands of people on that train. And if they had not survived that blast, I promise you they would have gotten back up to stop you so they could hurt all of Shimmermore. That crew, while I kind of agree with their assertion, things must be changed. The way that they decided to do it is incorrect.
Bad.
You fought in a tournament. You
I
discovered.
lost.
You did lose. You fought against some of the most powerful creatures I've seen back to back to back. You stopped an entire train and thousands of little brain boys. I think that's what Morwen, that's why he kept calling them, right? Like, you stopped them from murdering more people.
Jax, you know more about the world in 24 hours than I have known in my years on this planet.
Cool. Huh.
Jax, you have the energies of everything inside of you.
What's that mean?
I don't know, but I can feel it.
That's cool, but doesn't have a lot of context. So does that mean, can I do like, can I make white rift gates? I want to try.
Oh wait, okay, yeah. So you're trying to do like air thing?
Yeah.
A little comes out. Just kidding. It's up to you. I won't make you do a fart joke if you don't want to.
Yeah, it happens. It's like, what was that? Never done that before.
A little energy just kind of like coalesces off of you in a green cloud. You not yet, but I think you can create anything, Dareem. You can save anyone, Van. You can show anyone hope, Eppin. And Jax, I think all of you can do whatever you put your mind to. And I'm not trying to not give you a special one, because you obviously have a special one. You are a special one. I know that you're probably going to say that.
No, you're
but
good.
Like, if you want to do what I do
Isn't
someday.
Jax like technically a god, right? Because he's made from
See.
you?
I don't think that's how gods work. I don't.
What?
Whoa,
Cool.
I don't
Let's
think
just
that
let
I'm.
him live with it, right?
Yes, you're a god.
Jackson really starts thinking about all the stories of godhood that he can think of in his history.
Roll a history check.
Oh gosh.
Ooh.
So you don't know where you're going to drop us. You just know that it will be an empire perfect.
I will put you as close to that energy that I'm blocked from as I possibly can. And if you follow the Seeker, it should lead you to my next sibling.
Can you just do me a quick
I got a
favor and
14.
grab this dagger and take it from me. I don't care how much I want it back. Just take it from me. No, don't take it from me. But please take it. Don't take it from me. Please.
Stop me,
Smee.
Smee.
Don't stop me, Smee. Stop me. Why aren't you stopping me?
Don't stop me, Smee.
She looks at you and is like, Heaven, I think that dagger will leave your side when it's supposed to.
I wanted to leave it right now.
And satisfied with her answer internally, like from her character, while Sam, if I was here and a character in this game, would be like, this is how it's very fun to play someone who believes in fate. Like, it's so antithetical to my personal existence. But Cax is just so proud of herself for that answer. She turns to Jax, and what did you say? You have a 20 on the history?
14.
A 14 on the history of gods. As your eyes do the brain blast Jimmy Neutron, and you start rifling through stuff, you see hers energy kind of pulls from her essence and into you a little. And she kind of was like, huh. And stories of the God War, stories of what happened so long ago.
Kind of some of the stuff I already know.
Yeah, there is a story, again, of the creator who abandoned everything. And Cax will say, I don't think it's healthy to view yourself as a god, personally.
I could have been a king, but Van had to take my crown from me, so...
Let it go.
Jax, if you want another crown, I'm sure you'll find it.
Oh, cool. Maybe.
Because he's a god.
No.
Anything he wants will come to him.
He's a creature of choice, and if that's what he wants to choose, that I don't think it's healthy to look at yourself as a god. There's a certain level of power that we have, that we can learn, that we are made into. There's so many things, and I have seen the ones I fought, the abominations. I think they knew they were gods, and they ruled with pain and terror because of it. And I'm not naive. I don't know where this power comes from, but I can see I'm doing things that I don't know if other people can. But in my experience, there's only really been one God. Something created all of us. And that something's not here anymore.
I think we've all heard that story.
Yeah. It's hard to know where the story, whether it's mythology and what parts of it are true. I'd really like to find out.
I do want to say that I think the difference between you and the bad gods wasn't necessarily that they knew they were gods, but I think it was that you're able to be empathetic, and they aren't. I think even before when you had all your memories, you knew what you were. You knew the power that you held, but you were able to separate that power and put yourself in our shoes.
Thank you, Hap. I think I needed to hear that. So next up, I wish I could prepare you more, but I really do think that you have been prepared by your existence so far, whether it's been a day or a lot longer. And she kind of winks at Hep. You exist. And I have a lot of hope that you're gonna pull it off.
It always works out. Let's go save the world, friends!
Yeah.
And I'm gonna go over to Van, and I'm gonna grab his ears, and I'm gonna go, 1, 2, 3, friends!
Jack starts thinking about the average lifespan of a Thayer and the signs of aging.
Roll a history check.
14. Dang it, I can't roll above a 4.
Yeah. That's a 4? What the fuck?
4
Plus 10, boy.
Yeah, expertise.
You know that they have exceptionally youthful faces, especially past adulthood. And once a Thayer reaches 40 to 50 in like what years would be, it's really hard to place them until they are ending in the last 10 years. But they could live up to 200 years, easy.
Wow. Jax kind of just gives Hep a squint, trying to figure things out.
So, my adventuring crew, like a little party. It's time. You ready?
Do we get to take keeps? Are you gonna hold on to the hexagon of truth?
No,
octagon of truth.
It'll be all yours on the other side. I will
The
drop
dagger
it
that'll
with you.
pierce the heavens.
The drill.
Oh, sorry, the drill. Thank you.
Yes.
Dang it, the dang dagger.
Yes. I like that name. We should call it that. It's like a dagger. And she holds it up. The dagger that will pierce the heavens. I love that. Take the dagger. I called it a seeker, but I guess that name, like, it doesn't have to be that if that's not. Y'all can call it whatever you want, honestly. Just also, Dareem, you don't have to hold it up to your head. You just focus on it, and it'll point you where you're supposed to go. It's more of like an intentional thing. Yeah, it's not. You don't have to. It's not like a phone. Like so.
What is a what?
That's what has the, and then you see her vision start to. Sorry. Okay, we're really holding on. But we'll figure it out. We'll figure out phones later. Ask Van. And a line tears in front of you as a portal opens, and all of you can feel yourselves in this moment. Her energy starting to fade, as your consciousness is starting to get pulled inwards toward it.
Can I do a somersault into it, like in the air?
Hell yeah! As you all careen and cascade towards this energy, Heppen starts cannonballing.
You already know what I'm doing.
Dareem, in a moment, hoverboard underneath him, starts to SSX tricky his way. Just
Yes.
Van,
Oh, he's
floating
hand-
forwards. Yeah,
Just
just
floating
literally
forwards.
floating forwards. Rolls his eyes.
Ears
Arms
just
crossed,
flapping
just
back and
flying through existence, baby. Not a care in the world.
As Jax is flying away, he turns back around to Caxley and just waving like, "Bye, Mom. I'll see you later."
Don't die.
Oh God, I could do that?
No. It was a joke. I was trying to, and y'all just feel yourselves into the portal. Adventurers, you travel, shooting and bursting forth in the blink of an eye, but in an all-encompassing eternity at the same time. The energy of the newly met Caxeline, or Sarah, surrounding you as you travel. In front of you, a slit of color snakes through the air, your destination in full view. Green and brown, a forest stands before you. And that is where we will pick up next arc. Bum, bum, bum.
Oh, let's do it.